Hello, hello, hello. Eric, you're definitely getting your what you asked for sure. Yeah, I did do a stream yesterday actually, but it was kind of late. I usually, don't stream at night, and that one was kind of like a nighttime stream, but overall, it it was okay. I thought it went well. Talked about some interesting stuff, mainly talking about economic stuff. Interestingly, because we were watching this Economist who I looked at their YouTube banner, and I kid you not, I'm pretty sure if I now it is nighttime here. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. So it would have been like early morning for you then. Like it would have been like, let's say maybe like 8 in the morning. I think is what around the time it would have been. Maybe 7 in the morning, 6 in the morning, something like that. Um, and I said like yesterday, like I've been because of the accident, which if you would like to help me in some way, you can always go to my link tree or help me in other ways, going to my throne or subscribing to this channel. That all helps. It was just so painful. Like my back really, really hurt and everything, and my hands were hurting. And so I just could not stream. Like I literally could not go, like when I would go grocery shopping, right? This is the example I gave last stream. I would feel pain just from standing for like, you know what I mean? Like just standing, like even just standing next to people, I'd be like, I'm in pain. So I had to take a break, but I'm glad that, people are understanding, or gift a sub, right? Exactly. Or gift a sub, because there are definitely many people that definitely deserve one. But yeah, like that was like one of the things that sort of happened. And yeah, I don't know. I don't want to get into it. My buddy had to go into work with a cracked rib last year. I mean, yeah, like my job still expected me to go to work, but imagine like the places that I work, right? Because obviously I have multiple jobs. Not only do I have to get there, which is in a car, which again, my car got totaled, so I lost that car. Um, and so getting there was an issue. It's really far, whatever. But I also then had to teach. And, I understand that like if people see their professor sitting down in a chair and doing the lessons like that, they might not be so understanding, right? Because they want you to stay, right? Like there's like these expectations, right? Very ableist ones, but I just had to be like, look, I am in pain, like I have to come to work, but like, because otherwise, life, right? Sadly. So, anyways, so for today, I wanted to talk about a couple of many different things. Now, the invasion in Mexico story is they were flexible to let him do work from home because software engineers. Yeah, see, like that would be nice. But they still wanted him to go at least twice a week, per week for some meetings. See, for me, I don't have that because it's like adjuncts get no we don't even get health insurance. We get no benefits, right? Nothing, right? They just pay us once, and it's like a certain amount that they've imagined in their head that they think is commensurate with you teaching, being a full professor, right? Like being a professor in every way except for not having a salary and not having any like benefits, like no insurance, no anything else, right? You're essentially like an independent contractor professor. Like that's essentially the best way how I could describe adjuncting. But anyway, regardless of that, it essentially also means that like the work that I do is very, very precarious, right? It's like, oh, some courses opened up here. We need someone to teach there. Will you do it? And I always have to say yes because But because of that, it means that like if I have to go to multiple institutions to teach, which I do, and what happened with the car and what happened with me, because it's an issue. It's an issue for sure. Like if I could, I would just stream. I would just stream and teach history, by interacting with stuff and bringing up my research and everything, because I would like that. But yeah, being a software engineer, that definitely has its benefits. But they still want, twice a week. See, like, for me, it kind of like the way how they like will schedule things with adjuncts is like whatever they give you. Like you don't really have a choice, right? It's like, oh, you need like you mean we live in a world where you have to work every single day of your life to prove that you deserve to, continue living? Well, because of that, you're gonna work whatever we tell you for whatever amount that we give you, right? So that's kind of how that goes, unfortunately. So everything I had to give, and of course I also don't want to be mean to the students, right? Like it's not their fault. But still, one thing too is like I've actually been wearing a kufiya to work since. I mean, technically I've worn it before October 7th, but I've been wearing it ever since, like, taking it. And like, I don't know if people heard what's happening here in LA, but at Pomona College, like, the heavily militarized LAPD is like laying siege to this college. Now, we might watch a little bit of the footage that's been uploaded to YouTube that's by the news, because I don't want to show any of the harm that has been done to people, there. But they literally were doing a completely peaceful protest sit-in. They were doing a sit-in, and they made a model thing that looks like the Israeli like wall, right? Like the border wall that it built right between it and the Palestinians in the West Bank. And like it's just has not been going. So that's what's happening right now in LA. I'm trying to keep up. Like that's why if you see me like looking over at my phone, it's just because I want to make sure that like at other places, because at other universities, other colleges, they don't start to, or if they do, you know what I mean? Like if stuff starts popping off, I want to at least be aware of it. The job. Oh, hello, Afroponics. Welcome in. The job I ended in January. They expected us to work no matter what. This was with the union. It could have been worse, but sometimes a company just wants term employees. Yeah. I mean, yeah, like, again, it's literally like the way how it works with adjuncting is like you either do this work, right? Take on all of this stuff or nothing. Like there's, so, I mean, the only thing you really get out of it is money, which is not even that much. Like literally, like you get one payment of a lump sum that is based on the amount of like hours or credits or however a university or college or units, divides up how much a class is worth, right? Assistant teachers here work that way. Here they spent $5,000 to continue their education, like masters, even more for PhD, and they don't get a higher wage than a high school teacher who don't have to study beyond a bachelor. I mean, I'm not even joking that for years I was being paid legally. This was legal because minimum wage only technically applies to wage workers, not necessarily salaried workers. And so contractual work, they listed as a salary. They were paying me less than not only U.S. minimum wage, but I was being paid less than Mexican minimum wage, or just about Mexican minimum wage. So, but everything was like, oh, but you're getting all this experience and you get to meet with the student. Yeah, I like teaching. I like being with students. I like to talk about history. I like to do all of this stuff, right? But also, I would like to, like, I don't know, not go into our, break room in the, like, history department, and then there be a sign like, hey, we know we don't pay you enough for you to get food, so here are some food banks you can go to, which is true. They did put up those signs. We are not paying you. We know you're not getting paid enough. But we paid someone to laminate these really nice signs that say, go to these food banks. But yeah, like, same, and another thing too is, like, with a PhD, like, the job market for academic jobs is just horrific. Like, people that got jobs in the, like, they got tenured, like, in the 90s, telling me now, like, oh, you're only, like, I was told minimum, and I was actually told that this is actually lowballing it, that submitting 100 to 100 positions, right, might get me one callback. So 99 dentists. They actually said it's worse now. Like, it's hundreds of times you will have to apply before you get one callback. And even then, it's still up in the air. And all the professors, assistants in my university work 2 jobs. Yeah, I mean, like, there was a time when I was working 3 jobs. Like, right now I'm working 2, right? And I have to somehow make it work, even though my car got totaled, right? So, and I'm also working on a book project, right? And, like, that is literally unpaid labor. Like, the way how the academic, like, there was a really good thread about this, but it's like, we researchers, we academics put in all of this work, and yet there's no, like, there's not, like, everything is just paid on our end, right? Like, but then, like, the press gets to take all the credit, anyway. I don't want to get all into, and some of them don't really care that much about teaching. Oh yeah, I know tons of people that essentially became academics, and I kid you not, like, I actually know a colleague of mine that doesn't work anywhere in California. He works in, like, I think he works in, like, Minnesota or something. Like, oh, my dad was a professor, and so, like, they're like, hey, you have a kid that went to grad school. Why doesn't he become a professor too? And he doesn't even like to teach. He's like, I just want to research, like, which I get, like, but if you want to be a researcher, then you should just do that, but whatever. Because I actually do like teaching. Like, I like being in the classroom. I mean, hence why I think that, like, streaming is something I like to do, because I get to talk to people and really talk about things that matter, right? My experience points, yeah. It's really hard to say this, but sometimes the best thing to do is to leave a toxic work environment. My mental health is better than it was in a long time, partly due to having... Well, see, like, that's why some of the institutions that I've worked at before, I'm never going to work at again. Like, they literally were like, we want to run you into the ground, right? Like, we want you to be just, like, working for us all the time, every semester or every quarter or every whatever they might say, right? All the time, the maximum amount, which is usually 5 courses. All of this, make sure to do all this conference and blah, 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 blah. And they're like, and just forget about research. Like, just stop trying to do research. I'm like, what are you talking about? I do both, teaching and research. I'm not going to give up one because you want to, pay me pennies to, but that's the reason why Afroponics, that's my mental health has gotten better since I stopped going there. Even though sometimes I would feel bad because I would be like, maybe I should ask to see if I could work again. Because remember, like during summer, I have to be clear, like the reason why I stream more during summer is because I literally don't have a job. Right? I literally don't have a job. Like whatever, like everything that I make from streaming, like in preparation for summer and during summer, that's literally like what keeps me going. You know what I mean? Like it's because otherwise I would have to take teaching positions that are for very short contractual times, which means that the amount I would get paid would be even less. So, anyway, I don't want to get I'm getting all the way deep into the weeds, but yeah. They try to pay you an experience. Yes. They try to sell it to you in the like, you will be more marketable because you have so much experience. And I'm like, I've been working as a professor for these many years. Okay. Many years. And I'm still being talked to as though like, I am going to take like an entry level job. You know what I mean? It's like I still get talked to by people that are tenured and whatever, or high administrative. I still get talked to like, oh, well, you still need to do the entry level stuff. Like entry level, I've already, anyway, I'm not going to go into it. Anyway, I heard about that when there were teacher strikes a year or two ago. Yeah. Like, so this is something that, again, I doubt it's ever going to happen, but it would be nice. But it actually has to do with Twitch streamers in some way, is that they were going to form, or maybe they did form, what's it called? An independent contractors union, right? So that then instead of each of us being, having to jostle with the different employers on our own, right, we would have some form of recourse, right? Because for some people, they like being independent contractors, right? Like that form of work is not inherently in and of itself as exploitative as it has become. Right? Some people like to do temporary contractual jobs. In fact, I know people that like live, again, I have family that lives in the Central Valley, right? Where they do, like they pick fruit and stuff and are in the farms. Like sometimes they will do independent contractual stuff because that allows them to get money, It's not something that I think should have to happen for them to afford to live, right? But we're about to get there, Devil EMS. Don't you worry. They charge what the market could bear, which is to say everything. Yeah, pretty much. Yep, during the pandemic, no one wanted to work. I don't blame them. I took every shift, working 6 or 7 days a week and 10-hour days running retail department. But after the pandemic, they completely forgot about everything you did for them. Oh, yeah. And not only that, but like when everything was ending, they legit would be like, you should thank your bosses for what they did. Like, yeah, you guys didn't even want to give us masks. I'm not thanking you for shit. They don't deserve my labor. I mean, and definitely not the surplus value that you create with your labor, right? Oh my goodness, welcome in. Wow, a whole year. Ferret King, my best pal, welcome in. It's so good to see you. You came in just as I was explaining, the principles of communism via frustration. The left in this country really needs to go back into actually supporting labor. I mean, yeah. I mean, viva los San Patricios. Yes. Which, by the way, if you don't know what the San Patricios were, is that they were Irish. In fact, people say, and I have yet to find they reference a book that was written in like 1939 that apparently argues and has anyway, that says that, Zorro, like the character, that like that actually was an Irish immigrant to Mexico, right? Because Irish people, and that's what the Viva los San Patricios, they were a group of Irish Catholics that instead of fighting for the British, right, who oppressed them, or for the Anglos or for the Americans, they decided to fight with Mexico precisely because they allowed them to live and keep their religion, etc., and didn't oppress them on the basis of that. So, and the United States, as Devil EMS says, they did a mass Robloxing of them because they were, they saw them as like traitorous, among other things. Oh, the healthcare workers here got a 13th salary one-time payment after being overworked for COVID for 13 years. Yeah, it's... And now nobody wears a mask. I do, okay? And, some people don't want to wear masks for whatever reason. I do. I have to I'm disabled. All of these things. I need to protect myself. And I just urge people to really consider wearing a mask if they've stopped wearing one. Like, it's not getting any better. It's still bad. Because if anyone is going to strap on a balaclava and run around hassling landlords, it might as well be an Irishman. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Okay, so we're talking about an invasion of Mexico, okay? I haven't been able to find anything that's like in English about this yet, so I'm just gonna interpret, right, as I like to do, because people here know that I like speaking many different languages, and so I will do that. I want to... Oh my gosh. Okay, so...
La policía de Ecuador irrumpió la noche del viernes 5 de abril en la embajada de México en Quito.
So, the Ecuadorian National Police broke the morning, right? Like, kind of like started off the morning, right? Yeah. The 5th, yes. By breaking into the embassy of Mexico. The embassy itself. Right? And, like, that is obviously a violation of yesterday. Yes, you speak. Yes, let it be known. For sure, for sure. Well, it's funny, like, if you're in the Discord, I do have the language tags. Like, people can, oh, it's not working. Sometimes it's so fidgety. Like, if it allows me to, that is like a declaration of war attacking an embassy, rules based. Yes, and one of the things that I guess I want to highlight is that this is what happens, right? This is what happens when you enable a country like Israel to just keep flouting international law, right? Like, Israel gets to do whatever it wants, right? And now you have another country that has, that is, completely... I'm going back to Spanish for Spanish refresher, and some Spanish for healthcare provider courses. I might stay in for a degree, because all I need are like 5 courses over a year. Oh, awesome. That's awesome. Yeah. Like I said, like, now I spend a lot of time in like my general VC. I highly urge people to, like, be active in the Discord if you want to. But, like, if you ever want to practice, or you ever want to just, like, what I mean? Like usually I just, like, watch, like, I'm usually working on, like, writing, so I'll watch a video or something in the background and, like, talk to people. So, like, more than happy to help people if you want to, like, practice your Spanish or have questions about all of that. Like, totally cool with me. So, but that sounds awesome. I mean, what AM time? I'm usually there, so I'm Pacific time. I'm usually there from like 9 a.m. to like, no, 9 a.m. to like, well, let's just say noon. So those 3 hours, because then I stream at 1. But now I'm kind of starting to stream a little bit later. So I might extend that a bit more to like 2 maybe. But like, yeah, essentially from like 9 in the morning on. No, I mean, what is time? Oh, sorry. Oh, no worries. I understand. Yeah, I know that it can be difficult. I mean, that's how I feel, right? And I already had no free time, right? Which is why, like, when I had to decide, you know, because again, I was in pain from the accident. I'm like, I want to stream, I want to, do this and blah, 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 but I can't. There's like so many things that I'm like, I don't have time to not do these things. But, some of the things I'm just like, I just cannot do them, right? Just because it's, like, I had to give up stuff that I like to do, like doing a lot of art. I had to stop doing art because my hands were hurting, so,
Para apresar al ex vicepresidente ecuatoriano Jorge Glass, quien se encontraba refugiado en esta sede diplomática.
So, the ex-vice president of Ecuador had sought refuge, which they have the right to do. Mexico has the right to grant said refuge, if it so wishes, to any particular person, right? This is what embassies have been used for in history. And like, this is something that, like, if you've ever seen the movie Argo, right, was like a big deal when it came to the Canadian embassy, right? Because it took in the Americans that later left, right? So
es un hecho sin precedentes que llevó al presidente de México, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, a suspender relaciones diplomáticas con Ecuador y a la retirada inmediata.
Yeah, Ecuador housed Assange in their embassy. But okay, no joke though. My grandpa looks just like him. Just like, not exactly, but like very close. Very close to AMLO, and it's kind of weird. The only difference is that, like, he would wear like a kippah, I guess, right? And wouldn't, but it's somewhat different, but like generally speaking. But anyways, so like sometimes when I see pictures of him, I'm like, oh, is that grandpa? I'm like, yeah. Anyway. So this meant that immediately Mexico cut relations with the Republic of Ecuador completely, and expelled their ambassador. Like, no, you're not doing this. And again, this is what happens when you let a country like Israel, right, to flout international law time and time again. That's drastic. Well,
de todo el personal de la Embajada de México en este país. Aquí te contamos tres.
So they expelled the entire staff. Everybody that worked in the embassy for Ecuador in Mexico City had to leave. They're like, you invaded our embassy, which is supposed to be protected under international law as sovereign territory, right? As diplomatically sovereign territory. And you saw them, like, you saw the police. They were like climbing up to get over to break into the fence, right? Like, it wasn't like they wanted to go through the door. No, they were like, so.
Claves de este operativo policial que ha llevado a las relaciones de ambos países a un estado crítico. Desde la tarde del viernes, militares y policías de Ecuador comenzaron a rodear la Embajada de México.
So, in the evening, right? In the evening, policemen and the military. I want to stress this because I know I earlier said the military police. Hello, Daymao. Welcome in. It's so nice to see you. Welcome in. Like it's a full measure thing to do, but there isn't really a half measure response to this level of disrespect. Yeah, especially when they put the embassy under siege the day before, right? Like first the police right here, right, shows up, which is like whatever, right? Then the military with their guns start to show up, right? And they surround the place. And it's like, what is the embassy supposed to do? I mean, it's not like it's going to, you know, you cannot really be haha joking an invasion of someone. So yeah, exactly. It's nice. It's really nice to catch you streaming too. Yeah, I'm so glad you could make it. Yeah, we're talking about something that happened in Latinoamérica, entre Mexico y Ecuador, right now. Yeah, this is a not so good thing to do. Like, sure, extradition is hard to do, but like it's a bad look. I mean, yeah. I mean, like had they gone through the proper legal channels, you know, as people will say, right? But it's also one, it was the, like, just having the ex-vice president of the, because right now they have a right-wing government, right? Like really, really pro-US, like everything, right? And so the former vice president, who was from a government that was a bit more Amero-skeptic, I'll put it like that, or US skeptic, you know, felt that he had no place, you know, to go except for a country that he thought, which again, Mexico has historically been known for taking in refugees. Like it took in refugees from Spain after the fall of the Spanish Republic, right, in the 30s. It took in refugees. Veracruz, what became a port where Jewish people could arrive after the Second World War, etc. Of course, many ports were closed at the time. Trotsky is an example, but even other people, right? Like just people from all over the world, right, have been able to find refuge in Mexico, and Mexico is a neutral country. This is another thing I want to stress. Mexico is a neutral country. In fact, at one point, although with 1962, right, in Algeria, that was called the capital of the third world, right? It being, you know, the site where you had the, you know, the overthrow of the French colonial government and, you know, the flight of the, hello, Swamp Goth. Welcome in. It's so good to see you. Mexico also kind of had a very interesting status precisely because of the fact that it was neutral and it was part of the third world. That is to say, neither the first world, which was the United NATO, essentially, the second world, which is the Warsaw Pact, or, you know, instead it was, and so it became a place where, like, people from either of those two sides could find refuge in. And usually it also took in a lot of refugees from countries in South America, but also in Central America, that when they had like the dictatorships, right? That's the reason why a lot of like, in fact, we're talking Jorge Glass. Jorge Glass. My grandfather was born in Cienfuegos, Cuba. He immigrated there after the war. Yeah, Cuba used to be another place too. In fact, there's this movie. It's really good. But it really shows you the fact that, like, in Cuba, like there is the, like, Cuban nationality, but, like, because Americans kind of think of a nationality as being like almost like a race, you know, when it comes to Latin America, it's actually, yes, there has been a lot of, yes, because there were murders, and like one of the anti-corruption journalists that was running for president was like shot at an event. And I remember the day that it happened. Like, I saw the footage like right away, like, and you know what, like, it was like the way in which it was like, because it was being broadcast in the way that it was, it felt so immersive. Like I felt like, wow, this is happening. Like I could feel it, right? It was bad. It was bad. But like in Cuba and in Mexico and in other places in Latin America, but Cuba's a really good example, is that they would have like El Banco de Galicia, right? El Banco Gallego or El Banco Asturiano, right? Like they would have things that were dedicated to the regions of Spain that their ancestors had immigrated from, right? And so Mexico also had some of that too, where in some cases, like in the case of Nueva Galicia, which is the part of Mexico that now is Jalisco, got a lot of Spanish migration during the colonial period, but also from other places as well, which is why it's also more white than the rest of the colonial heartland, right? For example. So, but like their people originally would identify themselves by being Andalusian or Gallego or Asturian or Catalan, right? It's only in America where everyone just becomes like one thing.
Sucedía mientras ambos países atravesaban un impasse diplomático por declaraciones del presidente mexicano, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, sobre las elecciones anticipadas celebradas en Ecuador en 2023 que incomodaron al gobierno ecuatoriano de Daniel Noboa. Ecuador declaró...
So again, what is being said here is that the government of Ecuador and the government of Mexico were in diplomatic talks because of the issues that happened with their election in 2023. But it was as this was happening that these that these things were being discussed, right? The way how they should be discussed, right? Via diplomatic channels, that instead Ecuador decided to go and literally lay siege on the Mexican embassy. So
a la embajadora de México, Raquel Serur, persona non grata, pero la crisis subió de tono cuando el viernes el gobierno mexicano concedió asilo al ex vicepresidente ecuatoriano Jorge Glass, quien está acusado de malversación de fondos públicos y que se refugiaba en la embajada mexicana desde diciembre de 2023, alegando una persecución política. Ante esta decisión, la Cancillería ecuatoriana dijo que
So again, the Jorge Glass has been oh no, I don't know what I just did. No, undo. No. Oh my gosh. Okay, sorry about that, Dame Al. I had to use my phone, so it kind of said a couple of things, but I modded you on YouTube so that way you can take care of the YouTube chat. But so yes, there are these charges against the ex-vice president, but he's saying that they are, of course, political in nature, and instead decided to seek refuge because of the fact that the government is essentially doing it as if he had done it, right? Like they're already like, oh, he's guilty. So again, we could go into the deep dive of like all of this stuff, but however, these are over allegations, right? That's the problem with this, is that they are indeed, and as much as I know people want to just talk about the allegations, we also have to consider the fact that, there are other aspects too at play.
Consideraba el asilo ilícito y que apoya una evasión a la justicia y promueve la impunidad. Entonces el gobierno de Ecuador tomó una decisión que no tiene precedentes en la historia del país y que ha generado críticas dentro y fuera de Ecuador: irrumpir con la policía en la sede diplomática. Alrededor de las 10 de la noche, carros blindados de la policía...
Like, look at that. Like, this was at 10 o'clock at night. So they chose a time in particular when they could... when they knew that people would not exactly be, awake and everything, right? And the Mexican government said That soundbite keeps on giving. Yes, yeah, it does. There are some other ones from other soundboards that other people have, but some of them I don't know what they say, and I fear that they might say things that are unacceptable. Definitely for me, for sure. But oh my goodness, thank you so much. Hello, welcome in. Hype Train. Welcome in, Baked Riemann Zeta. It's so nice to see you. Welcome, streamer. Welcome, Raider. How did your stream go? What did you talk about? Listen to trans and non-binary musicians. That's awesome. By any chance? Oh yeah, Trans Music Saturday. That's right. I remember because I remember when I went and I wanted to have XXX by Kim Petras play, and you were like, yes, let's go. Nocturnidad y Aliviosa. Yeah. But yes, welcome, Raiders. I am Shakespeare. I'm a cultural historian. I'm also a member of the Transcend TV crew. If you would like to, please make sure to follow. I talk about history and also like current events as well. A lot of like Mexican history, Latin American history, Jewish stuff. Also like food. I love to do like food tour stuff too. And also, please make sure to refresh. That way you get counted as a viewer. Hello, Phoenix Dragon. How are you? I don't know why, but like sometimes like I like when like Phoenix, like you make me want to like speak in that like kind of what's it called, like darling, darling, welcome in, darling, Phoenix Dragon. It is truly a delight to have you here, my darling. I'm good. We're getting ready for a meeting. Oh, awesome. A meeting for, oh, like I'm like, oh, is it already time for our group meeting? Hello, Adrian Vixen. Welcome in. Oh, you bougie. I mean, hello. Oh crap. I do drink water out of this bottle, so you know. For the new applicant. Oh, okay, yeah. Awesome. Well, again, thank you again so much for the raid, Baked Riemann Zeta. I truly appreciate it. Again, please make sure that you followed, and yeah, make sure that if you would like to follow me, Shakespeare, yeah, let's continue.
Entraron por la fuerza en la embajada.
¿Cómo? Delincuentes allanaron la embajada de México en Ecuador.
Okay, so at 10 o'clock at night, pink crystalline bottle. Yes, exactly. And you want to know something funny is like, this is actually from Mexico. Like when I saw this, I'm like, this is mine. Like if I were a better artist too, and it also looks like I don't know if you can see it, but it kind of looks, like the VIP diamond. Right, it looks just like it. So I'm gonna put it right here next to Mercury. So anyway, because so 10 o'clock at night, the Ecuadorian army, their armed forces, right, with U.S. weapons, I will add, decide to attack the Mexican embassy, and we saw them in the beginning. They were climbing over the fence. They beat in through the door. They did all of that stuff. Okay, people are trying to be speaking. Okay, hasta luego. Que tengas buen día el trabajo. Now here we have Roberto Canseco, who is the chief ambassador, like the ambassador of Mexico, right? It's always with U.S. weapons, right? And with U.S. money. Again, like remember what happened with Lula, right? How like they accused him of like the bribery scam. I'm not saying it's exactly the same. I'm just saying like there's a similarity. And that similarity is that they also tried to do a similar thing by accusing him of, all of these things, but it was part of a thing that eventually let Bolsonaro come to power, right? So, this is why when it comes to Latin America with imperialism, I don't know whether he did those things or not, right? But because this is a common tactic, right, to imprison political, dissidents, etc., or political enemies, it does take a fair bit more evidence. It's so funny that you say that, Daymal, that money is the U.S. biggest weapon. Remember how we were talking about yesterday about dollarization and why Argentina should not dollarize its economy? That is to say, get rid of its own central bank and instead use the U.S. dollar, effectively making the Federal Reserve its central bank. Ecuador has done that. Their official currency is the U.S. dollar. So you're 100% right, Daymal, when you say that it is their biggest weapon. In Ecuador in particular, it is quite literally, yes, Ecuador is on the U.S. dollar. That is why I'm saying, like, my level of suspicion for the right-wing government doing this went way, way up. Because, El Salvador and Ecuador, both of them, right? And they also want to do Bitcoin too, but you know how that goes. But as Daymal said, that is their biggest weapon. This is another thing too, where like imperialism is so bad that literally BitConnect. No. Oh no, wait. What was it yesterday that guy was like comparing? He was comparing Bitcoin to. Oh yeah, World of Witchcraft, World of Witchcraft Gold. Remember that? Oh, Max Kaiser, man, that dude's got it. Like he's been made for for 2 decades now. I'm like, he doesn't even have to do like what he does. He literally could just, World of Warlocks. Yeah, exactly. He's like, it's like the gold there, and I'm like, you do like, for me as a person like looking like that's not so much of a gamer and saying like, oh, it's like video game money. I'm like, doesn't that make the case against using Bitcoin even? Like, doesn't that make their argument even more? I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but like, I don't know. But yes, they use the U.S. dollar. So that means that economically speaking, they are beholden to the United States, right? As I said yesterday, when a country gives away its currency sovereignty, and what it does is that now it has to receive dollars somehow. That somehow is usually by selling public assets, right? Like, say, the national railways, right? Privatizing them and allowing for them to show up on a balance sheet, right? For some approved sale, right? This is another way to make countries, right, do like IMF things, right? Like what the IMF does, right? But a lot of times this can be added to the Federal Reserve's own ledgers, right? Or to its own balance sheet, which then it can sell to make money off of. So again, it's complex. It's complex. But yes, the US dollar is by far one of the most powerful weapons. Imagine Panama don't have dollars, which is still under occupation, and troops are not moved from the canal. You know what's so funny about that? Most people think that the Panama Canal Zone went away, like when they signed that thing where it was like ceded back to Panama. But actually, until 1999, I'm not even joking. So within many of our lifetimes, right? Like, because like the older portion is, maybe for some people's lifetimes, but 1999 is when the joint, in legal terms, this is often called a condominium, like kind of like back in the day, the Sudan used to be the Anglo-Egyptian condominium, right? Because it was two countries ruling over it together. That's what it was until 1999. Panama and the United States, right? Until 1999. It was like a whole third where most of the country's economy was technically still under some form of direct U.S. control. So.
Esto no es posible. No puede ser. Es una locura.
Fue tras ese violento operativo que el presidente de México, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, ordenó la suspensión de las relaciones diplomáticas con Ecuador. La canciller mexicana Alicia Bárcena dijo que varios trabajadores de la embajada fueron agredidos en este incidente.
Okay, so the ambassador said, this is wrong. There's no reason why this should have been done. Not only that, but what AMLO, right, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, has done is that he immediately broke ties with Ecuador, right? Because this is something that's been happening in Latin America, where like El Salvador wants to break ties with Mexico. All the right-wing governments, Milei, for example, wants to break ties with Mexico. In fact, people often put Milei and AMLO as like two opposite sides, which I hesitate to because, AMLO is not a socialist, right? Like he's still a liberal, but regardless, because Milei wants total liberalization of the economy. Mexico suffered through that. So does Argentina, frankly, but because of the dictatorship. But like the advances that Mexico has made through the current government are in themselves worthwhile, right? Like it doesn't matter whether it was this party or that party, but they want to make it like AMLO is like the woke president of Latin America, like the woke ruler, along with Lula, I guess. And then it's kind of like the Axis and the Allies, right? As we talked about yesterday. It's AMLO and Lula, and then it's Milei and Bukele, and then the current ruler of Ecuador. So Carter signed the deal it was like 74 or something like that. Maybe it was 79. I don't know. I can't remember the exact year, but I do remember it was in the 70s. If they will move away by 2000, yeah, because in 1999 is when they officially, lowered the flag, so to speak. But yeah, Reagan. Oh, but it's interesting because if you read the correspondence that talks about why, how Reagan and Bush Sr. wanted to just keep the Panama Canal Zone. It's literally like them admitting that like they created Panama, like they tore it apart from Colombia so as to essentially make a U.S. colony, right? Like the whole point of us having Panama was so that we could have a colony, right? Not so that we could one day actually let it be independent. Like that was essentially the logic behind it. So yeah, and yes, even today there are troops at the canal. And even though, that's for many reasons, because I think No, that's Costa Rica. Never mind. But one of the reasons why is because, of course, it's like protecting business. Freedom of movement and freedom of all that stuff, right? And Maduro became the outlier in Latin America just by being fairly moderate. Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, like yesterday, right? Like Chavez, right, and Maduro, right? Like they essentially are essentially trying to do like stuff that like the Gulf states did, right? But because they were backed by the United States, right? That's what allowed them to create like a whole class of people in the Emirates, for example, that then just has the menial physical labor being given to the vast majority of the people that live in the Emirates that come from the subcontinent in particular, right? So it's like the Arabs in the United Arab Emirates were all able to benefit from this. Like, I'm not saying that's what would have happened in Venezuela, but I'm giving you an example of like the United States allowed that to happen, but it didn't like it because when it was happening to Venezuela, right? Because of the closeness to Cuba, of the, all of those things, right? So it's more of a social democracy in that sense, right? And it's one that, again, Venezuela has not had the chance to really very few countries in the imperialized world have had the chance to actually, as it were, extend their wings fully, right? That's one of the big problems with like when people want to say, well, look at the United States and look at, Zambia. Like, there's no comparison between the two. Then there's never going to be one, because one is an imperialist power when one is an imperialized country, former colony, right? And so that's what's also missing in a lot of these analyses as well. Because, yeah, like they nationalized the oil industry and essentially tried to do, I don't want to say exactly because it's not what they did, but like Norway has a similar setup where they have I forget what the investment vehicle is called, but it's like a national like fund, right, that makes money, they get money from the sale of like natural gas and such, and it's put in this collective pot that's for like everybody, so everybody get, kind of like Alaska has that thing too, where like everybody gets a check every single month, right? And you best believe that people will not vote away those things. Like those things are things that people would like, right? Like, oh, if we are going to exploit natural resources, right, people, I suppose, would rather get money than not get money, right? But even still, imperialism still. Yeah, in Alaska, because of the oil reserves and everything, it's essentially like you get like a dividend payment. Like that's essentially what it's called. I can't remember what they're called, but the issue is the people that fund, or rather the people that run the fund. Oh, the sovereign wealth fund. That's what it's called. A sovereign wealth fund. The asset managers or the portfolio managers, that's where it can get into some really strange territory, because you don't know what they will invest in, right? Because again, their whole thing is make a lot of money, right? And it's money that should belong to the people, but they like to play with, anybody's money that's not their own. I hesitate calling Venezuela. Look, I get why people want to call it, but it's not. It just just from a materialist perspective, it is not socialist. However, that does not mean that the efforts that it's put in and the fact that there is a desire from Venezuela, from Venezuelans, right, to not live in an imperialized world, right, and to be able to own the means of production and to be able to, right, like that shows like this belief that like right wingers that pretend to be leftists that say that like, oh, you know, the working classes, like they don't actually know what they want, blah blah blah, you know, you have to like convince them, or you know, or like be right wing like they are to like trick them into, you know. No, people know, like you know what I mean. It's like it's just that we live in a world of endless propaganda, especially if we live in the imperial core, right? So if people that are not in the imperial core, right, people that have lived in Los Llanos, right, these huge fields, plains of Venezuela, right, that, you know, with all this racial discrimination that has happened because of slavery, etc. If even a country attempts to discuss, right, like a movement towards anything but free market capitalism, the United States wants to call it, you know, because socialism in many ways is an aspiration of many countries because of the fact that they know what free market capitalism is, right? Like Mexico from 82 and afterwards, like people know what free market capitalism really is, right? It's when you literally, you know, that's when everything gets pulled out from under you. And they only want, and the United States only wants free market capitalism for everybody else, not for themselves. And I think I have a video that goes into that in a little bit. It might be a little long, but I don't know. We'll see. They privatized half of the oil in the 2000s. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they did privatize it. But that's because the maturity level that would have happened on the sovereign wealth fund, had they still had a nationalized oil industry, would have given them less of a profit. So, like, they literally were willing to privatize half of it so that they could get more profit, right? Which does not mean that the people get that profit necessarily. So, and they invest their money in our favored. Yeah. I mean, again, large, like, I'm not surprised, and that's why I said earlier, right? The fact that, like, you have people that have access to all of this money, right, that should be for the people. What are they going to do? Well, you know, you have to do something with the money. You know, it takes money to make money. You know what I mean? Yeah. Venezuela does try to use oil revenue to develop industry, which is not a bad idea. Exactly. Like, they are trying to do very basic things that they are not allowed to do because of imperialism, right? Like, that's why Mexico was not allowed to industrialize for a long time during the 19th century, right? It only became industrialized when the United States became an imperialist power and started to export capital, right, to get super profits by having the maquiladoras along the border and everything, right? Like, there's a reason why Mercedes-Benz, there's a reason why all of these European, like it's not a source of pride to like, some people for some reason do feel pride that, like, oh, you know, Mercedes-Benz and Volkswagen, right, are built in Mexico, and you know, like, manufacturing and industry aside, like, that's good, but the idea of them, oh, because they're German brands, like, yeah, because they are also complicit in the imperialization of Mexico and the rest of Latin America, right? And they are only here because they want to maximize their super profits. They want to exploit people as much as they can, and they will drop us the very instant that they can get a similar amount of protected returns with super profits, right? So, you know, again, yeah, like you know.
México anuncia el inmediato rompimiento de relaciones diplomáticas con Ecuador.
So this is Alicia Bárcena, and she is the Secretary of Foreign Relations of Mexico, and she's like announcing from her, I think this is like her office or something. Are there labor rights in Mexico? Yeah. In fact, yes, we do have unions. However, some of the unions have become kind of like, how should I explain it? There are, but some of them are not allowing for people to go, in many cases, not even allowing them to reach union consciousness, right? But yes, you can unionize, but only if you are in the formal economy, right? So if you're in the formal economy, you definitely can unionize. In fact, unions are very standard, right? But especially like for educators, like in Mexico, if you want to study to become a teacher, kind of like they do a similar thing in France, and I know also in other countries in Europe, which is where they have a normal school. That's what they're called, right? And it's where people train to go become teachers. And this was part of the project of like national building and national identity building of the 1930s and 40s, that they made it so that your room and board is free, right? It's universal, and your tuition is free, right? Because obviously education is a good in and of itself. The past government, which was part of the same party as the 70-year dictatorship, wanted to get rid of that. And I don't know if people have heard about the like normalistas, right? This massacre that happened of people that were protesting against the corruption of the government, right? Becoming a teacher, again, is like one of the few ways that people that live particularly in rural areas, right, can not only get an education, but also, it's paid for, right? It's paid because it's seen as a good in and of itself for the nation. But like for educators, which is what I was trying to get, there is like one huge union that essentially all public school teachers have to be part of, like essentially. That's the best way how I could describe that. I mean, she could be from Joe Biden's office. Imagine as a part of a caper, she would still be representing the Mexican government. I mean, I guess so. My mom's enterprise have unions, and the bosses are part of the union. You can fill up the blank how useful that is. It's like, again, there are unions that are much more militant and radical than other ones. There are some that have become institutionalized unions, right? That is to say that, they function as like a part of the Ministry of whatever, of Labor, right? And then that's where, they become, they are no longer useful. Other than police union or some teacher union, nobody wins here any pay raise. Yeah, like, I mean, again, like, that's why I was surprised that AMLO did raise the minimum wage. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. I was not expecting that. Because literally in my entire, like, as far as I can remember in my entire life, I've never heard of that happening in Mexico. Like, again, personally, like, never even heard of like people running on the idea that the minimum wage in Mexico needs to be raised. It's still low, right? Because it's, Mexico's an imperialized country. It's $11 a day, but it's far higher than it was, when it was $2 a day, which is a time that wasn't that long ago, actually.
Recurrirá a la Corte Internacional de Justicia para denunciar la responsabilidad de Ecuador por violaciones al derecho internacional.
So, she's saying that Mexico is going to take Ecuador to the International Court of Justice, right, for breaking international law and international agreements on the diplomatic status of embassies. So, like, the next ICJ hearing that I might probably talk about will be this one, because again, with Israel's one, they literally just don't care, right? Like, They like that's the thing, right? You cannot say, oh, we live in a rules-based international order and then have the state of Israel exist. Like, you know what I mean? Like, in the sense of like the fact that it keeps breaking all of those rules.
El gobierno de Ecuador confirmó que en el operativo policial se detuvo al ex vicepresidente Glass. En un comunicado dice textualmente: ningún delincuente puede ser considerado un perseguido político. El ex vice.
So what they're saying now is that the government, right, the president essentially said that the country itself, Ecuador, gets to determine whether or not someone is and this is just ridiculous to me, someone is or is not being politically persecuted. Can you imagine that? Like I mean, America does that like in its own country, but it's different because many things. But it would be literally like Germany saying, like, oh, we get to decide whether or not, right? These people get to. Well, I mean, the European countries do this actually. That's another aspect that says America does do this. In particular, it does try to decide what kind of refugee or what kind of immigrant, whatever they are, right? Like full-on police union announces that the police did exactly. Yeah, it's the government saying he's not politically persecuted because we don't say he is. Like if we were politically persecuting him, we would have told him. We would have sent him a letter.
El presidente ecuatoriano fue trasladado a la fiscalía, donde se confirmó que recibió atención médica. La Convención de Viena, que entró en vigencia en 1964.
So the whole thing about embassies goes back to, Vienna, 1854, and also in 1954 as well. There were other things added as well. But one thing that's important here is that they not only invaded this, like this shows it on a regular day, right? So they laid siege to this from 10 in the morning, but also beginning in the rest of the earlier in the day, invaded, pulled that guy out of this house, and then took him to the prosecutor's office, which they just said, and it was there that he got medical help. At the prosecutor's office is where he got the medical help. Just want to make sure people get that.
Complementó a la.
The Balkans is so imperialized. Yeah, they like the European Union, like the people that want to sell it to me as like, oh, it's this thing that benefits everybody. It's like, have you never seen Spain, the Balkans, Eastern Europe? Like the Balkans especially, like Europe has imperialized the Balkans is like one of those things that like only a united Yugoslavia was able to like effectively resist against, right? But anyway, I don't want to. The German industrialists here work without Ministry of Education to make trade schools able to produce workers that will work in their factories here, and if they come to Germany as potential workers, they're right. I mean, again, it's like the United States in many ways, like, pretends that it doesn't like having laborers from like Central America or Mexico or whatever, but it's like, but it also wants to create programs, right? Like it itself still wants to create a way to have the labor somehow be like the United States did this once with Mexicans in particular, called the Bracero program, where they're like, we're going to pay you like pretty much nothing, like very little money, but we're going to take you to go pick all of the fruit, right, do all of the harvesting, and then you have to go back to Mexico, right? Like this kind of stuff has always been like, including like what you're talking about here, right, with the like, oh, don't go to school, instead, like, don't do whatever you want, instead go to this trade school that we made that's only for our company. Now you can only work. Sometimes that can happen. I'm not saying that's what's happening, but a lot of times that happens. My dad works in trade high school, and German corporations donate them money to renovate school. Yeah, I mean, like in the United States, like like right wingers like to talk about like, oh, we, instead of going to university, right, like young men should be told to take up a trade, which is whatever. Like if you want to be a trade school, if you want to be a trades person, right, that's fine. Like, trust me, I live in in my neighborhood, right, which is again very Mexican. There are a lot of people that mostly do trades, right? So that's not like an issue for me, right? I'm not like if you don't go to university. No, I've never been that way, right? I don't even think you need universities to be considered a scholar, right? Like there are Rhodes Scholars, etc., right? Like anyway, but they emphasize it and then see it as, oh, don't go to university because woke or whatever, instead go to become a tradesman, typically, right? But they don't actually do anything to help people that become tradesmen, right? Because yes, you can get a trade, and they love to talk about how much more money they make than someone who, again, has it, like, as if the United States culture does not make the university experience, right, seem like something that people must participate in, right? That's another issue, right? It's a separate issue, but it is related, right? It's like university is seen as like the most important thing in, but that's because historically it was for upper middle class and wealthy, bourgeois white dudes, right? And it still centers around their experience. It's just had to open up to include more people, right? But especially now that universities are all about turning profits, even state universities, everything now has become experience, right? The college experience, right? We have to make sure we have 7 Olympic swimming pools. You have to make sure that, blah, 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 all that stuff, right? But the professors don't necessarily get paid more, or it doesn't mean that they hire more professors. Instead, they just started adjuncting everybody. Like, oh, instead, we're not going to give you health benefits. We're not going to give you anything. We're just going to put you to work, right? But regardless, that's another thing too. But the people that talk about trades, they talk about them as though it is in itself a solution, right? Which is the problem with that, right? It's not about whether or not you want to be a tradesperson. Being a tradesperson is good. We need people that are tradespeople, right? My grandfather, in many ways, like, he worked in construction. He was a shochet, which is a kosher butcher, right? He knew like not landscaping, but more like kind of like the outdoor, like with pavers and stuff, designs and stuff like that, right? Like, my grandfather's hands were hands that have had to do so many different jobs, right? I mean, he used to be a janitor, all of these things, but was also a tradesman, right? Like he knew different trades, and I respect that. But they like to make it seem as though we, like, leftists hate trades, which we don't, and that we want everybody to go to university so that way they can all become woke, which is just ridiculous. When actually the academy is one of the most conservative institutions in the United States. But going back to what I was saying just a second ago, this also means that lots of young men are being told by people like Charlie Kirk, for example, and also Tim Pool, another example, and even people like Tucker Carlson, who got to go to like Princeton or Harvard. I forget what he went to, some Ivy League school, if I remember correctly, right? To not go to college, right? To not get an education, to just, And again, it's not we should make more opportunities for people if they want to have that. No, it's we need to defund universities and essentially turn them into what they have become, which is like neoliberal, just I don't even know what else to say. Like what you were saying about like the money going to those schools in your own country, Powerful Finger. Like in the United States, so much of the money that goes to universities goes to just like maybe particularly one school within a university. And that is, I'm not joking, the business school. By far. Business schools around the country look like Versailles, right? Or, the American version of Versailles, right? But if you go to like I know history departments in the United States, right? That literally can't even take on PhD students anymore because they're down to so few professors that they can take on some master students, but they cannot take on PhD students. Like that means that it is reaching its end as a department if it cannot, have more scholars be learning, Well, why would they want uneducated people? Well, I mean, one of the things is that there's always this desire, particularly with fascist rhetoric, to that has an anti-intellectual aspect to it. Another thing too is the actual openness of universities. Like universities in many places are some of the places where actually have the most open spots for free speech, right? Etc. And for questioning and for all of those things. But they don't value that, right? So instead what they want is they want people to associate with, right, like this is why like when MAGA communists say like the white working class, right? What they are describing is a group of people that are reactionary, right? And that are being radicalized by this rhetoric, right? That's the problem with like holding them up and putting them on a pedestal as they do. Trade schools aren't bad, but they just got to have transferable skills, right? I mean, like again, I know how to teach, right? I know different languages. I know blah blah blah, right? Sure, fine. But the amount of denigration that I've received from being a historian, as opposed to like, why didn't you just get a degree in finance? Are you going to tell me that being in finance is better, socially better than being a historian? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure on that one I can say that finance not good. But that's just me. I think the American right-winger shtick with Mexico is make asylum seekers scared for their life and accept all the jobs, but they will never just completely shut off the border like that. No, I mean, it was never meant to be shut off. Right, like all of this posturing, it's just to commit violence against, people who are seeking asylum, because, like the wall wasn't even up until 1995. Like that's when they first started putting the border wall, right? And not only that, but it's not as though they could ever stem the flow of people, right? Like it's almost a feature of being human, right? That we migrate, right? So thus we migrated out of Eastern Africa out to the rest of the world, etc., right? As some people might say. But we also have a climate crisis that is making it harder and harder for people to live in many places in the world. We have imperialism, right? Capitalism that is destroying so many places around the world, right? Especially places where a lot of refugees are coming from, right? And the United States thinks that by putting up a wall and using all of this fascist rhetoric, etc., that somehow it's going to not have people, that's the thing, is that it's not only not going to happen, but they like the fact that the system, like I said, the system is not broken. It's working exactly like it intended to, right? It wants to have people who are unable to go to the police, right? Like that's why that's why they have always been against like the idea of sanctuary cities, right? Because they are not what they think they are, right? It was just a way so that if people, for example, were to call the police, right, the local police are not acting as though they are part of DHS or the INS or the Border Patrol and asking you for your citizenship, because that's not what's important. If you need something to happen, right? Like if you need an ambulance, you shouldn't have to, bring up your naturalization certificate. You know what I mean? But that is something that, like in Texas, and I think currently it's a judge like stated, I'm not sure exactly what went down, but like now Texas, because of the Supreme Court or whatever, the main Supreme Court in the United States allowed Texas to essentially do this like no, sorry, I'm getting confused with something else. Texas is now allowing for people to be stopped if people think that they are illegal immigrants, which is just, I mean, again, I know people who have told me that they feel like they have to walk around with passports because they're like, oh, if they look at our ID, they won't take it seriously, right? Like it's literally a show me your papers thing. But damn, someone should have told people to take up a trade then. Weird that they didn't. Their lecture better come over with the time machine, or they could shut up or whatever. Yeah, make working conditions for foreign laborers with expired visa or without a visa work in even worse labor conditions, like kids working at Kellogg's. I mean, again, it is something that is like the working conditions in the United States keep getting worse and worse and worse and worse. They want to make everybody into an independent contractor, essentially, right? So that way they don't have to give any. Like, this is the problem with having healthcare being tied to employment, right? Because then it means that as long as you're an employee for an employer, right, you have to be covered. But if you're an independent contractor and you're employed, they don't have to provide you with that, right? So their fascist rhetoric it has led to an increase in hate crimes. Like I said. There was that, there were those people that even Anna Kasparian, right, was like already, like send them, bring in the guillotine, right, already. And they, just because they were like brown. And then it turns out it wasn't even them. The people, the one that they were caught on Times Square, and that all these like right wingers were like getting mad because when they were released, because they didn't have sufficient evidence, and he flipped off the camera, they're like, oh, see, that proves he did it, right? Like they were literally like, put him in the stocks now, right? Texas also allows vigilantes, right? Vigilante militia groups who may or may not be white supremacists. But, free speech in America, we have to let the white supremacists have their place in the world, of course, to literally act like the Border Patrol, which means that they can shoot people. And Governor Abbott even wanted to make it so where, like, they couldn't even be prosecuted if that happened. So, or Tucker shitting on people getting woke lesbian social science degrees despite him having a liberal arts degree. I mean, again, like what's interesting though is like the idea of the liberal arts, right, is actually a traditional concept, right? Oh, and no worry, Creamy Asteroid. It's actually a traditional thing. Like the liberal arts are literally what developed in the Middle Ages as like the standard of education, right? Like before everybody up until like the 19th century, late 19th century, got a liberal arts education. In fact, you can still get one, right? In fact, like if you go to the University of Chicago or if you go to Columbia, you have to do what are called like the great books thing, and it's essentially a liberal arts like mini degree that you're doing, right? Because STEM is good. But the whole point of a university education, at least as it's envisioned, right? And the reason why you're supposed to take liberal arts classes as well as science classes as well as etc. is because it's supposed to try to make you a well-rounded person, right? Like that's what education should be striving for. But they don't want that, right? They want you to have your opinion and never let it go, right? If it's a right-wing one.
Convención sobre Relaciones Consulares y es considerado el texto básico que rige los vínculos internacionales, incluso para países que no son signatarios de este acuerdo, donde se aplica.
So, what they're saying here is that even if your country has not signed the Vienna Convention that concerns, the diplomatic status of embassies, your embassies are still protected by that international law.
Como derecho internacional consuetudinario. Entre otros aspectos sobre el funcionamiento de las representaciones diplomáticas,
I mean, like, again, imagine, let's say it's 10 o'clock at night, wherever you are, and you look outside of your window, and you see a whole bunch of these dudes right here lining up with big ass rifles. Like, to say that it's like a minor dispute is, I don't know, it's kind of dishonest.
La convención establece que las policías locales y las fuerzas de seguridad no pueden ingresar al recinto de una embajada salvo que obtengan el permiso expreso del embajador. Pero
okay, the last point is really important. The police could go there. They could. If something's going on in the embassy, the police could go there. But the ambassador has to call for it. Not do it in the middle of the night. Like the country that says some embassies are not protected by the Vienna Convention is opening itself up to get its embassies cracked open by any other country anytime. Exactly, Senator Kankar, especially when, remember, Ecuador, right, did this whole thing about Julian Assange for years, remember? That, like, Britain, that they like, Ecuador was, like, the country that was, like, like, the British have to respect the rules of law, the international rules of law when it comes but I guess not when it comes to...
¿Quién es Jorge Glass, el político ecuatoriano en el centro de este episodio? Jorge Glass fue uno de los colaboradores más cercanos del expresidente Rafael Correa. Fue ministro de sectores estratégicos como energía, telecomunicaciones y ambiente y vicepresidente de Ecuador de 2013 a 2018, aunque fue cesado en funciones antes.
Okay, so they're saying, who is Jorge Glass, right? He was like a number 2 guy. Yeah, let's get some rules-based spellcast, right? Yeah, for sure. Like, chat, what we need to do is we need to play World of Witchcraft. So he was associated with the left-leaning, at least, as people, like political commentators will say, Rafael Correa, who again was part of this group that was often called like the Pink Tide, was very close with Evo Morales, right, with Lula, with Maduro, right? These, again, not necessarily very well liked by the Americans.
Desde que termine su mandato por el entonces presidente Lenín Moreno. En 2017 fue condenado por asociación.
And yes, they did just say that the former president was called Lenin. His name was Lenin Moreno.
ilícita por actos de corrupción de la empresa Odebrecht. Estuvo preso durante 5 años y salió de prisión por una medida cautelar en 2022. Recientemente, las autoridades judiciales de Ecuador lo habían citado para comparecer en un caso relacionado con fondos públicos recaudados para ayudar a la reconstrucción del país tras el terremoto de 2016.
So, what they're saying is that he was put on trial, okay, for his involvement with this company, Odebrecht, which I think it's German, but for some reason why I keep thinking it's based in the Netherlands. Regardless, right? Because what they discovered in Ecuador was oil, right? And so, among other things, but so one of the things is that they took him to trial. He was sentenced to 5 years, and then he was released, right? I don't know the full on, like, I don't have it in front of me to tell you all of every little detail of what was the charge of the indictment, etc. However, he was released after 5 years. Then the government said that they wanted him to show up to another hearing, right, that was about him mishandling public funds that were slated, right, or earmarked for the rebuilding of the country after the 2016 earthquake.
Su abogado, Eduardo Franco Lor, denunció entonces una persecución política. A finales del año pasado, el ex vicepresidente se refugió en la embajada mexicana. Según la Secretaría de Relaciones Exteriores de México, Glass acudió a la sede diplomática el 17 de diciembre expresando, y abrimos comillas.
So the vice president's been here, had been hiding in the Mexican embassy since the 16th of December. Okay, so like we're April 6th, right? So let's, that's like 4 months, right? And because he claimed that was political persecution, because they were trying to, this is what some people have claimed, right? That like the same thing that happened with Lula is the same thing that they try to do with Rafael Correa, as well as other people associated with him, right? Lula was exonerated but still served jail time, right? I don't know. I don't have all of the details in front of me. However, because it was a directive from the state, right? It wasn't just some prosecutor, right? It was the state saying you have to show up. That is why he claimed political persecution, because there is already a list of people that are essentially anti-corruption, but also anti-right-wing government, right? Including one who was the victim of a shooting, right? When he was having a party event. In fact, I think it was going to be a debate.
Temor por su seguridad y su libertad personal. Este operativo en la Embajada de México ha causado muchas reacciones dentro y fuera de Ecuador. Xiomara Castro de Celaya, la presidenta de Honduras, escribió en su cuenta en X que el asalto a la Embajada de México, abrimos comillas, con el objetivo de secuestrar a Glass, constituye un acto intolerable para la comunidad.
Okay, so the president of Honduras, Xiomara Castro de Celaya, says on Twitter, right, that what happens constitutes an intolerable act for the international community, given that it ignores the historic and fundamental right to asylum, right? Like, if the ambassador, knowing the details of what had happened, right, and knowing the political situation in Ecuador, decided to give, look, if you just go to I've been to like embassies before, right? You don't just like walk in there and be like, oh yeah, just take me in as refuge. Like they don't just do that, right? Like unless you can prove, right, that there is a reason why you need to seek refuge, right? So the fact that he's been there since December tells us one thing, that at least the embassy staff and the ambassador thought that there was enough there. I have to skedaddle, but hope folks have fun. Thank you so much, Holy Ladies Duck. And also, again, thank you so much for the wonderful gifts on Throne. I really appreciate it. I'm so looking forward to being able to read them and integrate them into my research. Thank you.
Comunidad internacional, dado que ignora el histórico y fundamental derecho al asilo. Castro repudió lo que considera como una violación a la soberanía del Estado mexicano y al derecho internacional. Y por su parte, el expresidente ecuatoriano Rafael Correa afirmó desde Bélgica que lo que ha hecho el gobierno de Noboa...
And so, the ex-president himself is not even living in Ecuador. Right now he's living in Belgium because there are the U.S. aligned right-wing government essentially does want to do kind of like what the reason why I bring up Lula is because people tend to know who Lula is and what happened to him with Lava Jato, right? But it's a bit more direct than that. It's not as full on because they want just him and just these people. It doesn't have to be the whole apparatus. But it says here what the ex-president said. What has been done by the Noboa government has no precedent in the history of Latin America.
No tiene precedentes en la
Which
historia
is true.
latinoamericana. También responsabilizó a Daniel Noboa de las...
And also, he places responsabilizamos says we lay responsibility on on Daniel of the security and physical integrity and psychological integrity of the ex-vice president Jorge Glass. So it's if they do not take care of him, right? If they allow for him to be harmed in any way, right? Then we have to condemn whoever harms him, right?
Seguridad e integridad física y psicológica de Jorge Glass. En Ecuador, el alcalde de Quito, Pavel Muñoz, calificó lo sucedido como...
I mean, look at this. Look, chat. Just... look at what they're doing. Just look at them. Okay? They surrounded the place, right? And they're climbing up here this is ridiculous. Yes, it broke the sovereignty of Mexico, right? And a lot of it has to do with the fact that, again, there's a country in the world that gets to get away with whatever it wants besides the United States, and that's called Israel. But this, they literally are scaling the walls as if, it's like a medieval siege. It's just ridiculous to me.
Inaceptable y una vergüenza mundial. Y el líder indígena Leónidas Issa dijo que esto es un acto alarmante que pone de manifiesto el autoritarismo del gobierno de Noboa.
So, an indigenous leader, right, said very specifically that this is a clear example, as clear as can be. Yeah, I mean, of course, because left wing, they're always, if one of the leaders of one of the largest indigenous nations within Ecuador stated that this government is so right wing, so authoritarian, right, that he spoke out saying look at the lengths they're willing to go, right? They're willing to literally invade an embassy, right? The embassy just because someone that is part of their opposition has been granted asylum there, which is one of the things embassies are there to do. You know what I mean? It's the embassy's doing its job, right? But,
Lo dijo textualmente. Mientras, el gobierno de Ecuador asegura que defiende la soberanía nacional sin permitir que nadie tome injerencia en los asuntos.
So there was the president right there, and he's saying yeah, well, we believe in the integrity of national sovereignty. But not if we don't like
Internos del país. Así Ecuador y México llegaron súbitamente al punto más...
It's honestly impressive how he took the IMF to court for overcharging them in interest rates. Yeah. I mean, honestly, if there was truly justice in the world, all of the countries, yeah, rare example of a third world country winning, yes. If there was, every country that has ever been forced to take an IMF loan and all of the structural adjustments, just do a massive lawsuit against, but that's just my own, if there was justice in the world,
críticos.
and get all of their money back plus interest. And well, I'll stop there. I don't want to get too far into my ideas.
Relaciones. Dos países que hasta la fecha no tenían antecedentes de graves disputas diplomáticas.
I mean, look, like this thing right here, right? Like, this is a military vehicle going to an embassy. Like, it's not like Mexico has like you know, like a military base, right, in its embassy. Like, why are they sending this? Because they literally would be willing to commit, like, the violence that they did commit against the people there, which did happen. Remember, they did say this. In fact, the person that Jorge Glass, right, when they took him to the prosecutor's office, La Fiscalía, that's where they gave him medical attention. They didn't take him to the hospital. They took him to the prosecutor's office and said, okay, now you can be seen by an EMT. Only at that moment. So the entire time that he's bleeding or whatever it might be, they don't care. They drop him in the middle of the prosecutor's office, and now they're like, okay, now we'll, you know, if only they won against the, yeah. Oh my gosh, the Amazon oil spills are one of those things that are just like horrific to think about. Because it also goes with Bolsonaro's plan to just like, hey, like Bolsonaro's plan is literally like, what if we were to turn the Amazon rainforest into just like a giant, you know, oil refinery? Palestinian fighters have really shown to us how useless are these armed vehicles. They don't do anything other than posturing. Right, exactly. But you know, and with the only caveat in this case being that like these vehicles come from the same place, right? They come from the imperialist nations, right? They come from the United States. Like this is a way for the United States to violate the sovereignty of Mexico as well.
Bueno, ¿y qué te pareció esta noticia? Déjalo escrito aquí abajo en los comentarios. Siempre vemos
Okay. And so for its sources, it got it only from the presidents, like the office of the president, the office of Mexico, the office of the president of Ecuador, the chancellery, because Mexico does have a chancellor of Mexico, and the chancellor of Ecuador. Okay. Let's see. Let's go with... I mean, like, to me, like, it's shocking, and it's just really sad to see that, like, Latin America is interfered with so much, but it's just, I don't even know. Korea's also sentenced 8 years. Yeah, like, IDK, if he's in exile, I think he is. Okay, so we're gonna go over some more economic stuff. Oh wait, no, we were gonna go over the central banks first. Let's see here. I know I have like this playlist that is like of just stuff for stream, but like now it's grown so large and now I'm like, I don't know where anything is. But it's okay. My fave I swear he has Hayek in his background for his I'm vegan. Yeah. No, I mean, good. Oh my gosh. He has like what's his name? Wait, is that it? I could have sworn it said. Huh. Well, I guess. Huh. Okay, well, I guess we'll watch this one for now. Even though it's not working. Is this a sign? I think this is a sign. Let's see if it's... No, not Bloomberg. What? His thing links to Bloomberg? Sorry, it's just... Yeah, like that's Hayek right there. And then that's Hayek on the left. And then that's, what's his name? Oh, wait, you can't really see, can you? Let's see here. I love having the option to be in your face about it. I mean, see, right there's Hayek on the left. Then it's the main dude, Yuri, Dr. Yuri Schaftfurt, and then you have Keynes. Right? Like, I don't know. I don't know why this video isn't okay, I think I found the video. Okay, good. I found the video. I mean, hey, if his thing links to Bloomberg, you know.
Of both price stability and financial stability. Or was the world of money actually more stable before central banking was invented? Hi, I'm Yuri, and to find out, I've collected the best works from economic historians and summarized them into what I believe is the true origin story of central banking. And to be honest, after doing the research, I'm no longer surprised about the popularity of central bank conspiracy theories.
Ah, what a wonderful start. What a wonderful start. Isn't that great? Like, hey, after researching this, I finally started to be like, yeah, those conspiracy theories sound cool now. I love Varoufakis' approach to teaching economics. He actually talks about class and talks about every perspective, including, yeah. In fact, I was planning on watching the interview that he did about techno-feudalism, but it's like, you know, it's a little long. Which, I mean, is not a problem for me. Like, I don't mind watching it. It's just, you know.
Okay, the scene is 13th century Europe, a golden era of rising trade. The various princes, dukes, and...
God, the Eurocentrism of economic history just really, like, okay, on Throne, there is a pair of volumes, right? The History of Capitalism, which was made by Cambridge, published by Cambridge. Right, the absolute Eurocentrism of economic history is just literally just infuriating to me. Like, anyway,
each offered their own silver, gold, or other metallic coins. However, while the official prices of these coins were based on their precious metal content,
so people
the actual
claim
metal content of these coins frequently changed, making them not as pure as you might have expected, and therefore not always making them reliable. This uncertainty, along with the difficulty of carrying around heavy coins and the cost of protecting them, meant that merchants who needed to do larger or possibly even international transactions relied on famous European banking families such as the Bardi, Peruzzi, or Medici to transform their debts into transferable deposits.
Well, and one thing to keep in mind too when it comes to the idea of deposit money, right? Because I think we're going to get into this in a second, but like what really allowed for the rise of finance as we know it now was something that happened particularly in Venice, right? Which is the double entry accounting or double entry bookkeeping, right? Which like seems simple now, but again is one of those things that like without it, let for things that later came on, like kind of like stock exchanges and other things, right? Like to become a thing, right? So the central problem is, right, you have coins. Who created money before the central bank? Some kind of central banking have existed since class society. Well, like one thing is like typically like rulers would do that, right? Like rulers who controlled, right, access to mines or to trade and somehow, right, like they were the ones who were then able to say like this is like, because like, you know how like for a long time, especially in like the Middle Ages, right, but even now, right, like everything, like different places had different systems. Like the French Revolution tried to do away with this, right? Different weights and measures, right? This is why like a lot of the terms for money, right, are references to weight, right? Because it was in relation to a weight of a certain amount, right? That's why like Mexican pesos, right? It's about the weight of it, right? Same thing with like the symbol for the pound is an L, because it stands for libra, right? Which means pound. Like in Spanish, if you want to say a pound, you say una libra of something, and so that's what it. And also in France too, they had livres, which were also like related to weight. So the authority, let's see, it was Vibes. Yeah, this guy seems like he can pay back the debt, whatever. Well, money initially started off as debt, right? Like the first money that we really have were, oh gosh, now I'm forgetting their name again. It was these sticks where it essentially was like cut in a specific way to note that there was a debt, right? And debt was the first thing that became money. Commodity money as we know now, came after debt money, right? So there are different types of money. There's debt money, there's commodity money. There are people that think that commodity money is like the beginning of all transactions, but it isn't, because there needed to be something that could give value to the commodity already for it to then have value after the fact. It's a loan, but some central authority had to order the casting of the coin. Right, exactly. Like that. Like this is why I'm saying like the access to mines and the access to trade routes were so important, right? Because like this was the reason why for like a long period of time, right? Like the Spanish currency, right? The Spanish dollar or the Spanish coins, right? Or even the gold dinars, right, of the Abbasid Caliphate, right, were used as legal tender all around Europe, right? Even all the way in Iceland. And in some cases, like later on, once the colonization of the Americas happened, right, you even found stuff like that, you know, even in places like what is now the United States, right? Because it was about a dependable measure of a certain amount of gold, silver, etc., right? But that's commodity money, right? But there were like tally sticks, I think that's what they called them, and that preceded that, right? And that was debt, right? Like, oh, I owe you a bushel of, I owe you 3 bushels of wheat, right? So I'm going to give you this stick that says that I owe you 3 bushels. I'm in debt to you for that. And so then that person can exchange with someone else, right? So now that this other person could come claim those 3 bushels of wheat instead of that guy, for example. I know, like, it's kind of abstract, but, you know, it's like once we start to get more into like contemporary ideas of money, people tend to understand things like that. Like the idea of like it's like me giving you $1. It's like me owing you $3, me giving you an IOU that says I owe you $3, right? And then you give it to some other dude, and then he gets to claim the $3 from me. That's essentially how it worked back then, before commodity money, before gold was ever money. But yeah, money initially started as a way of collecting tax. Yes, and in fact, most of the first writings are just that, just ways of tabulating taxation, right? Because I mean, again, as humans begin to create complex societies, right? The ability to feed people, right? Like, you know, the need for surpluses, the need for all of these things, right, are necessary, right? Like there needs to be a way to get wheat from farmers and then get it to the millers, right? So then that way they can turn it into flour to then turn into bread, right? So it's like, so that's why so much of the early writing that we have is just like transactions and such.
Money. However, the increasing reliance on private deposit money brought with it another problem, and that is that, since money is kind of essential for any economy, if one of these banking houses went out of business, it often took the economy with it. For example, when both the Bardi and Peruzzi families went belly up, after King Edward III of England failed to repay his loans in the 14th century, there were massive economic repercussions in Italy.
Okay, so one thing that this doesn't like, this is something that actually ties in economic history and Jewish history very in the Middle Ages, and this happened for quite a while, but like he doesn't talk about it because, you know, it doesn't really matter to him, but also I don't think it's like what he would talk about anyway, is that there many kings, right, would allow for like Jewish people to live in their land, right? Like, for example, let's just say that there is the kingdom of Paris, right? And it's just the area around Paris, let's say. This ties in banking history and Jewish history. Well, don't worry, it's not gonna go that way. Trust me. Do you connect this to whiteness? I haven't spent too much in your streams. It's 2 a.m. Yeah, definitely. I definitely do talk about whiteness for sure. That's definitely one of the things that I do stream about. So, but I'm referencing because he mentioned like that the King of England failed to pay his debts. Well, I mean, then let's just use the King of England, right? People would allow Jewish people to live in their land, right? They would tolerate them. And very often what would happen is that they would take out because remember, one of the things that the medieval church said was that Christians cannot charge, right, interest on loans, right? But Jewish people could, right? This is the start of a lot of, you know, things that later gave rise to anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. However, what this also meant was that now kings could borrow from people, right? And they could rack up huge, right? Because I mean, like, of course, if the King of England's asking you for a loan, of course, one, you kind of have to say yes. And two, you know, you would expect him to be good for it, right? Like, oh, you know, I'm going to go fight the 100 Years' War, right? Or, you know, I'm going to go fight the War of 2 Weeks, and, you know, becomes the war, you know, the 100 Years' War, right? But what this would do very often is that then the king would just, and I'm not even joking, would literally first, like, write an edict of expulsion, right? And also take away all of the Jewish people's property. So they not only would not have to pay back those loans, but they also kept everything that the Jewish people in their country had, right? Like, that's why there are, so that, like, that explains, that goes to show why the expulsions go as they are, right? Like, even when Spain did it, one of the main things that it did is that now there was all this, I'm not even joking, like, all of this stuff, all of these houses, all of these lands, all of these, wealth that had now been confiscated, right? And it didn't matter whether you were poor or rich, if you're being Jewish. It was a way to steal, right? That's why, like, settler colonialism functions in the same way, right? Like, whiteness, when it was beginning in the racialization of Jewishness, right, then also plays a role in the settler colonial way of doing things, right? Where it's them, right, the Spanish, the English, the French, right, saying that, oh, you can stay with us so far as we can tax you, blah, blah, blah. But as soon as they can no longer do that, right, then they want to expel the indigenous people, or, you know, worse, right? So that's what I'm trying to say, is that, like, he's ignoring the fact that yes, these two banking houses fell because of the king, but the king also like in 1290 expelled the Jewish people and literally stole from them everything that they had, and the people that had lent him money, right, over the years, I mean, they couldn't, this is why, like, when people talk about England being the home of like a rules-based international order, it's like that's an absolute lie. Like, Britain, no European country can claim to be so, and definitely no settler colonial state can claim to be so either. So there's that. Also, the deal with Knights Templar, the King of Spain owed them a whole bunch of money, and then rather than pay the debts, he accused them of Satanism and took their stuff. Right. This also happened also in Latin America with the Jesuits, right? Because the Jesuits were given a special ability, right, to where they could own property, right? The order could own property, but it would not be, right, instantly, and this was done because of their evangelism, right, that they did around the world, that allowed for them to keep the property within just the order, right? It wouldn't be subsumed to the Archbishop of, Mexico City, or the Archbishop of, Cartagena de las Indias, or whatever it is, right? Like, they were allowed, and that is the reason why you have the expulsion of the Jesuits after a specific point in history, and all of their property, right, including the monasteries, including all of that stuff, is taken by the viceroys, by the colonial governments, right, and that allows them to continue colonization. The original rug pools were medieval pump and dump kings, yes. Medieval Europe was just like crypto bros, but just like they also had like coats of arms, essentially, not paying you back. Yeah, pretty much. Like, Middle Ages, just think crypto bros. Like, that's what crypto bros want. They just want the Middle Ages to just pump and dump,
It's not surprising that
crypto wars.
that the first government-owned deposit bank, the Casa de San
Tulips, got your tulips here. No, it's funny though, because like the tulips thing, right, should serve as the best example for why we should not commodify things just as we do, right? Like, we just commodify everything, but like the fact that there was a point where I forget, like, it was like a single garden of tulips, right, was enough to like purchase like one of the islands of the Caribbean. Is just like, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? It's like imagine, like, I'm gonna buy Aruba, right? It's like the Dutch wanted to buy Aruba from Spain or whatever, and they're like, here are some tulips, and the Spanish were like, OMG, like, this is gonna go to the moon. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, imagine, because it totally did not happen, for sure. We just live in the glitchiest simulation. Yeah, pretty much. Now, if they were the flowers in Super Mario, where they let you, like, do the fireballs, different story then. Convincing people, invest in your silver mine, and then you flood the market with silver and crash the economies of nations. Yeah, I mean, that is what Spain did. Yes, that is exactly what Spain did. The first NFTs, yes. The first NFTs were tulips, obviously, right? It's like, oh, well, look, like, you can customize your tulip, right? Like, you can have an orange tulip, or you can have a red tulip, like... the history of capitalism is just so definitely not infuriating, which is why, like, again, I know I put both of the volumes of the history of capitalism on my throne, but like the current book that's on there is totally different. Like, the main thing I have pinned is about Jewish history, but those are just, I mean, it's something else. I'll put it like that. El Salvador thought the same with BTC. I mean, the fact that they have a dictator that is, like, literally, I'm not even joking, making 50s style, like, I don't know, I'll pull it up in a second, but they have these, like, posters, but they post them on Twitter, right? and it looks like it's in the 50s, right? Because it's like people sitting around on a sofa looking at a television, which I'm like, I don't know why there would be kids and like adults sitting together watching television, because that does not happen in 2024. I don't know what, but anyway, saying like move to El Salvador, like literally like colonize El Salvador, right? Like keep the like people think settler colonialism ended. It's like it's still ongoing, right? It doesn't mean that every single person that lives, here in the United States, for example, themselves, right, is part of the people that, are the settler colonists. But settler colonialism is still ongoing, right? And then there are places where, or actually, well, it's a bit more complex than that. It's kind of hard to like really, like that would deserve its own stream to talk about settler colonialism writ large. But the point being, like refugees are not, right? Like that obviously is something people would recognize as. Anyway, but my point being rather that, ojalá que no agarro chilo en el ojo, is that like the fact that they're trying to appeal to crypto bros, right? White dudes, right? To move to El Salvador whilst at the same time imprisoning thousands, tens of thousands of Salvadorian, particularly men, right? And essentially they have the same rules, right? Where it's like, if you're there for punishment of a crime, you can essentially be worked to the grave, right? For no compensation, right?
Giorgio was created in Genoa, Italy, 1407. So was this the origin of central banking? Well, the definition of central banking is a national bank that provides financial...
Okay, so the definition of a central bank, I think, is one of those things where it's like, again, definitions are not... Words are words. No, but words are complex. No, but like what we now consider a central bank, for example, is also something that has become, right, the idea of a central bank, right? Like it was, and in fact, I don't know if people want to, we can go over what happened in Japan, but like Japan, when it made it's the Bank of Japan, right, like an independent from the government entity, that's when the it did it via the financial crises, right? Like the United States likes to make it so that the national bank, like of any country, becomes independent, because then it essentially can be a vehicle for, imperialist finance. So yes, it is a national bank that provides financial and banking services, right, in its country's government and commercial banking system, right? But what we need to also remember is that, like, in the United States, Congress has the power of purse. Like, they're the ones who make money, right? Like, legislate it into being as such. And the commercial banking system, right? So that means that, and again, like I said, now most money is created by commercial banks, not what is called M0, right, which are coins and dollars, like bills, right? That is not the main form of money. The largest form of money that is created, I mean, because there's technically M3, but that's like anything that can be used for exchange that's not the other three categories. The other two categories, is that it particularly means that, like, again, like kind of like I explained yesterday, right? If say Raven was to take out a loan from Powerful Finger, right, for $1,000, right, from Powerful Finger 123 National Bank, right? Then Powerful Finger 123 National Bank would have $1,000 put on its credits as opposed to its you know. And it could use that as though if it actually had that money like in cash. But when you go to the ATM, right, to take out your money from the loan, right, that is something that is provided through the accounts with the central bank, right, because they facilitate the accounting of the state, right? Because when it says and issuing currency, it's the problem is that like the Federal Reserve does not print money. Like it literally, like they're like, you can visit the Federal Reserve. There are no besides like printers for like, you know, their long ass reports that, you know, put that, you know, that could literally cure anybody's insomnia. You know, but yeah.
And banking services for its country's government and commercial banking system, as well as implementing the government's monetary policy and issuing currency.
So again, implementing the government's monetary policy. This is the important part, I think, this part here is very important. It does what the government tells it. So every single time you hear like crypto bros and all these other people, right, that they start blaming, right? Like, oh, you know, they started printing at the Federal Reserve, or the Bank of England, whatever. It's like, it only does what the government tells it to do. It can't do anything else. Like, that's, like, it literally is not just a bank. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like, you know, you walk in and it's like, oh, hey, I'm going to put, you know what I mean? It's like,
where banking means an institution that provides deposit and credit facilities. Now, this public bank took in deposits, but did not yet provide loans or credit to the state. It just promised.
So, a lot of banks at this time, again, had deposits, right? So, which means that, like, okay, it meant that Sundry Clown Carr, right, if he had 500 gold florins, right, at the Bank of Powerful Finger, right, and Swampgoth had to be paid 100 gold florins, right, via the deposit system, right, they would have like an IOU, right, and then Swampgoth would go to the Bank of Powerful Finger, and then they would take from his deposits, right, from Sundry Clown Carr's deposits, right, they would take out 100 gold florins and put them in Swampgoth's account. But they didn't extend credit, which means that they didn't do loans. So they don't really create money, right? So
that for each deposit there would be coin of equal value in the bank. In this way, the Casa di San Giorgio, along with many of its contemporaries in 14th and 15th century.
So these places here, which again, most of them are in kind of like the birthplaces of capitalism, right? Although capitalism really is a worldwide thing, but like the places that definitely are kind of known to be like the, you know, kind of like where the sprouting of what we now think of modern capitalism definitely were here, right? Genova, right, or Genoa, as some people would say, Valencia, right, which is in Spain. So this was often called the rise of the Mediterranean merchant banks. I don't think they really call it that anymore, because this was like back in the 50s. The birthplaces of the bits of capitalism that now run all the other bits. Yes, exactly. And of course, like Italy is like, people like can recognize that like Italy and like the German states and, you know, the merchant republics and everything, right? Like this is obviously where like the things that we now recognize as being part of capitalism, right? Like credit money, like banking, right? Like all of these things, you know, kind of became a thing. But yeah.
Italy and Spain was a publicly owned 100% reserve bank. It provided the important service of settlements of large transactions using a ledger rather than coins. How would this work?
So remember how I mentioned earlier double entry bookkeeping. Once you have a ledger, right? Once instead of having things being like, okay, Raven has 500 coins, right? 500 gold florins, and power and at the power powerful at the Bank of Powerful Finger, right? And then Sundry Clowncar comes in and, you know, is supposed to be paid 50 of those, right? It would be literally 50 coins, right? Like they would have to count out 50 coins, right, in order to tabulate, right, the 50 coins that would have to be given to Sundry Clowncar. And that would be the only way really people knew, right, that the exchange had occurred, right, as such, right, besides the, like, IOUs and all that stuff, right? Once you have a ledger, now it means that you can exchange things without money ever even having to move from one vault to another. I don't like to use the, you know, the J.K. Rowling thing, but because people kind of, might know a little, might remember how it looked, right? How there were like different vaults and you ride like a roller coaster to get to yours, right? It was kind of like that, but more roller coasters, as we know, you know. But anyway, no, the point being that, you know, the gold coins or silver coin, whatever was there, right? If you needed to transfer it to someone else as payment, they physically had to do that, right? Physically. With the ledger now, they can put it in a ledger book and say, oh, well, they got paid 50 florins, right? So that means that Sundry Clowncar now has 50 florins to spend, right? He doesn't need to physically go get 50 gold florins from the bank, right? So
In practice, though, well, say that one prominent merchant banker wanted to pay another. At least one of them would then have to go to the bank to make their intentions known. Then later they would both have to return in person and make the payment via changes in their deposit accounts, with a notary there to confirm it all. While still quite a hassle, you can imagine that this deposit money was still quite a lot easier than using bags of coins that all needed to be counted. Especially since there were many coins in circulation with different values. So nothing wrong with these public deposit banks and the honest people that ran them then. Well,
the thing about ledgers is that they can put everyone's money in one big vault and just refer to the ledger. You don't need the special. Yeah, exactly. Like that's why I'm saying like in the older way, right? You would have each have had to, let's say, have your own vaults, right? Like everybody has to have like the Sundry Clowncar vault, the Raven vault, the Swamp Goth vault, the Shakespeare vault, the Dame Owl vault, right? And then, like, as he said, right, like, you would have to go physically exchange and have a notary say that, yes, the 50 florins were transferred from blah, blah, blah. Once you have a ledger, that completely divorces the need to do something like that. So, which, I mean, I would say is probably, like, ostensibly good, right? Oh no, what's happening?
Not so fast. In the research I read, it states that in practice, the full reserve rule was frequently broken, especially...
Oh, yeah, I mean, of course. The idea that, like, so this is a thing that, like, George Gammon, like, other, like, gold bugs, as they're often called, right? Like, people that are always trying to sell everybody on, like, you need to buy gold, is that they think that... somehow, because like he's also known for like his shirt and his hats that say "End the Fed," right? Because he doesn't know what the Federal Reserve actually does. But the whole point being that in essence we're talking about here, right, is that the belief that banks always had all of the money that their depositors gave them just sitting there. Right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, yes, this pretty building with just like vaults and vaults of everybody's money in it. You know what I mean? Like, it was there's many reasons, but another thing too was, again, it wasn't necessary to have that because they had it recorded outside of that, right? So again, that also adds to this as well, where like if you were to extend credit, kind of like how there are many banks that do this now, and in many countries this is the law, they don't have to have any reserves. they do it whether or not they have physical deposits in the bank or not. So, for example, if I wanted, right, like if an individual wants to loan something to someone else, right, they have to be able to give out the money for that loan, right? A bank can doesn't have to have literal money, like physical money on hand to give the money of the loan. So that's why it's like very different. And that's why using the household is actually a really bad thing to do when you're talking about like finance and stuff.
When there was a public emergency. For example, when the Taula de Valencia was restructured in 1613, it came to light that it had made several illegal advances to city officials and the city itself. So then you could say that the Southern European...
Oh, you're telling me that capitalists have been involved in scandals since the beginning of time? No way.
deposit banks were in fact the first central bank, since they did the two things that define what a central bank is. They issued currency, and even though it was illegal, they issued credit to the state. But since this was on such...
And see, like this, and so this is the most important thing. The issuing of credit is the creation of money, right? I know it's like abstract, but again, if a bank can expect, kind of like this, right? Like if you know that someone's going to pay you $100, right? Let's just say, I know it's kind of hard for me to just make up these examples on the fly, but you are going to buy something that, you know, is going to cost you like $50, right? And you really don't want to, you know, like you don't really want to be broke, you know, you don't want to be out of money, but because you know that you're going to get that $100, right? Plus interest, of course. Then you can feel safe, quote unquote, in buying that $50 thing, because then you get the, you know, $117, and that makes up for what you spent, right? Kind of. And I get that that's not the best example, but it's kind of like that, right? Like because you're expecting something, right? And because with banks it's guaranteed, right? Like to some level. That's what allows them to then just keep borrowing and borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. And so what are you talking about? When my household owes money, we simply create a new currency to pay it off. Hey, you know, whatever works, whatever works.
A small scale, and outside of their mandate, I consider them the ancestors to the first central banks, not the first central banks themselves. No, for the next stage in the evolution of central banking, we need to go to my home country, the Netherlands.
Oh my gosh. Like, look, like the Netherlands, right? They're nice. They're nice. You know, like they're okay. You know, I mean, they're there. You know what I mean? They're there. But you know, they're nice, I guess. You know, but I find it very strange when people try to like do the whole like nationalist thing. Like, I mean, even if it's in this very like light way of just like, oh, I'm going to play the music and show like the sights, it gets very like, okay, you know, like nobody can claim that the Netherlands aren't there. That's true. That's true. Like, think about how many people could be housed here. But no. Mr. Flieffenfurt has to live here just by himself. And then his servants live over here. Like,
the year is 1609, roughly 30 years after the founding of the Dutch Republic. Dutch trade with the Baltic states was flourishing, but cloth importers were demanding monetary reform. Why? Well, because there were 14 mints in the small Dutch Republic.
Yes. So this is one of the his map is historically incorrect. No. This didn't exist back then. Just noting that this used to be like not there. This is recently written. Anyway, there were 14 mints in the Netherlands, right? So this was kind of like the people that like idealize like the period of time in the United States when like every state issued its own currency, forget how frustrating it was. Like imagine you live in like a state like Delaware, okay? Right? Because Delaware is like one of those states that are like European countries, right? Where like if you accidentally like floor the accelerator, you end up in a, just like the Netherlands. If you floor the accelerator, suddenly you're in Germany, right? And yet people still idealize it, right? But the main thing being that then the different weights and measures and the different values that are given to all those different things, especially if they're coming from a place that's supposed to be a united country, right, make it very difficult to do business, right? And because of course here we have to think about the small business owners. Yeah, as far as them being some kind of socialist utopia, I'm sorry. To me, any country that still has colonies, anywhere in the world, including Spain, because it still has Ceuta, Melilla, on the North African coast, which is the only European country, by the way, to still own parts of the African mainland, right, to have them as colonies. France owning like a chunk of land, right, like between Brazil and Guyana, etc. But also like the ABC Islands, right, all of that stuff, like the Netherlands, like there's no socialism there. Yeah, they're not socialist whatsoever. Like because it's always like, oh look, they built cities before the car was invented, so you can actually like live in them, right? That's about like the main thing that you can sell people on with the Netherlands, right? Because in America, there's so many people like, oh, I love Europe, right? Like they love walking around. But I kid you not, as soon as you bring up them building light rail, right here in LA, oh my God, they start getting all like, how dare you? My goodness, the Constitution says I have a right to never see a poor person. You know what I mean? Like they get all it makes me cringe. At the very least, it's a great juxtaposition when the capitalist class says that it's giving public housing, strong unions, free school healthcare, etc., would somehow cost poor people more. I mean, they always try to, and like in the United States, it's also strange too, because everything is just like all of the stuff is always directed at the middle class, whatever that is, right? And it's always like we are here for your benefit, we're concerned with, what about the working classes, right? Like the vast majority of people, it's like, what's wrong with the economic panics? I mean it depends. Like if you're like if you're a finance bro, you can buy the dip, I guess. It looks like they figured it out. Why can't we? I mean, you know that in America, at the snap of someone's finger, things could be changed. That is to say, in government, right? To get, to do the social programs and to do all of that stuff. But think about the profit margins. Like, have you stopped to think about the profit margins that are more real, than anything else, to Americans? Regardless of what a very brilliant economist would say, socialism is in fact not when the government does stuff. Right, exactly. Even that is not true in the 1960s. And that's true. That is true. Europe, yeah, like, okay, Powerful Finger. Do you have this that they had in Italy? I want to see how common they are, because Italy has kind of really built up because it's old, right? Built in that wonderful time before cars, where they have the like half gas station, right? That's like, it's just on the side of the street and it's like two little pumps, right? And that's it, right? Do they have that? Cause like I've seen that in Italy a lot. Like in Rome, it's it's pretty common. Because like in America, I swear, like especially right now, like in California, the only things that they seem to be building are gas stations and car washes. Like, I'm not even joking. Like there is a way to get to my friend's house that like every time I pass there, I see like another gas station being started or finished or whatever in progress, and then some sign saying coming soon, car wash. Like, why do we need so many car washes? Like, my goodness. Something walkable architecture. Yeah, you know. This is post-oil crisis when OPEC cut oil during the Yom Kippur War. Yeah, in the aftermath, which actually, I do plan on going over the 1948 to 1949 war, the Suez Crisis in 56, the June War, the 1967, and the Yom Kippur War, but in different streams. I don't know if I could do them all like together. I feel like that would take a lot of. Good point. Short-term gains for massive corporations always trickle down to the poor. Always. Not where I live. What is impressive is how gas pump companies can afford prime real estate land. Well, a lot of that has to do with like oil, with the oil lobbies, the car lobbies, etc. Right? Like,
Republic, all making their own coins, making it both extremely difficult to exchange them and to separate the good from the bad coins. In response, the city of Amsterdam founded a bank and called it the Amsterdamse Wisselbank, which translates literally to the Exchange Bank of Amsterdam. Like its South European predecessors, it was known as a public deposit bank or a 100% reserve bank. Here is what Adam Smith had to say about it in his famous book, The Wealth of Nations. At Amsterdam, however, at no point...
Oh yeah, by the way, since we're going to talk about Adam Smith, I'll read this out. At Amsterdam, however, no point of faith is better established than that for every guilder circulated as bank money, there is a correspondent guilder in gold or silver to be found in the treasure of the bank, right? Because, like, that's another thing, too. Like, we really don't use the term treasure, right? Like, in the way that it used to be used, right? Like, now treasure has a very specific context, right? That has to deal with, like, oh, like you found a treasure, right? It's like something that, but we have the treasurer, right? Right, the treasurer, because like before, the treasury of a bank just meant where their deposits were held, right? But one thing about Adam Smith and The Wealth of Nations, Adam Smith offers how should I put this? A story, right? He tries to give a sort of history of how economics came to be, historically speaking, right? Like how money came to be and everything. And his entire little like mini history of capitalism, of money and everything, is completely wrong. He bases it on this idea that initially societies were founded on the barter system, right? That like people could see the value in like an apple in a water bottle, right? And then exchange it like that. But this has been done extensively, right? And there is Debt, the First 5,000 Years by Dr. David Graeber. The first money, as we know, as I've mentioned before, tally sticks, was the first money. There is no society that has ever been founded on the principle of barter. None. But that story that he gives became the fundamental way in which, even to this day, right, like preppers, right, sovereign citizen people, all those people, right, they all think that that's what it's going, that they think that that's like the natural state of economics. And it's like, no, this was literally like a fairy tale that Adam Smith just like gave to sort of in his own mind explain how things came to be, even though he was wrong. And now we know that it's like completely wrong, that actually no, nobody ever traded apples for like, castles or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that just doesn't make sense.
Point of faith is better established than that for every guilder circulated as bank.
How will you barter if you don't have labor hour circulation? Let's say early society jobs didn't have complexity. Gender bent father of capitalism, Anna Smith. I mean, perhaps. Like that was the thing, right? Is that like the whole thing is that you have to see equal value in two objects, right? Yeah, calculation, right? You have to see the same value in two objects. But the whole point of exchange is that there has to be a medium of exchange, right? Like this is why money works so well, right? Because it's easier to approximate the price of something, right? Via its, socially necessary, surplus labor value, right? And all of those things, right? That are embodied within things as you're calculating it. But also, it means that the exchange does not require, you know what I mean? Because like at some point, there is no way that like that someone could be paid in apples in as full payment for something like the building of a house, right? Like that just doesn't make sense, right? Like, yes, there are people that in certain situations will say, oh, give me some of this and I'll give you some of that. But it's always been very limited. There has never been like any, and so, that is one of the things that, here's another thing too. The reason why gold, right, is seen as important by preppers and stuff is actually for the wrong reason, right? If everything collapsed, let's say, as they seem to want to happen, you know what would happen to the value of gold? I'm not even joking when I say there's a Shakespeare play about this. It would lose its value because the whole point is that gold has a price, right, because of its exchange value. That's why it goes up and down in price. That's why it also makes terrible currency, right? Because you can have it, like as I explained last stream, right? Like in the Ming Empire, silver, right? It was like there was at one point where during the Spanish colonization of the Americas, right? In Mexico City, the viceroy could either send silver to Spain and sell it for, 100 pesos a troy ounce, let's say. But if he sold it to the Ming Empire, they would buy it for like 50 times the price. But it's still the same thing, right? Like that shows that like commodity money is not good money, because the whole point of it is that it's supposed to be exchanged for like money itself. And that's one of the prime things that like when we're trying to understand history, like even from like the Marxist perspective, like that's why the myth of barter is also something that some Marxists, I'm sad to say, do fall into, because again, they think that, oh, because Marx takes the story that Adam Smith relates and takes it for granted, right, must mean that it is true, and it's not, right? Like we now know that it isn't true, right? But the idea that one day, like having a chunk of gold. Hi, FLFNFA. I'm doing good. How about yourself? Money have a value in a sense. It's a good way for rationing good without being like an authoritarian, right? Like that's the reason why the first money that's created is debt, right? Because it's all about, right, like people owing, right, like goods to other people, right? Like that's what money is meant to do, at least in the in that conception. Now money means so many different things, but like That's why, like, with preppers, every single time that they start talking about, like, oh, I'm going to start, like, when the collapse happens, right? This is what they always say. Then this thing that they have, right? You mix money with pricing. Pricing. Oh, money have a pricing in sense of pricing is like a ration. Yeah. I get what you mean. Is like they say, oh, when society collapses, right? My honey, right, is going to be worth more. I'm going to be able to exchange it for everything. You're telling me. You're telling me that you think that a pot of honey is going to be able to buy you like shelter? Don't think so. Because again, like the credit debt money is just it is the original form of money, right? It seems like the issue comes when the value of money can be changed by richer companies inflating prices. Correct. And also, when capitalism is like fully entrenched in the world and continues on even though it shouldn't, and basic needs that should not be commodified. Right. I mean, if you've ever read the poem The Abandoned Village by Oliver Goldsmith, like he's literally lamenting the fact that the Enclosure Acts of England that allowed for England to become the economic power that it did resulted in literally so much history being erased. Like, capitalism is violence. Never let anyone tell you otherwise. It is violence. Constantly. Every single day. Every single waking moment and sleeping moment. It is violence.
Money, there is a correspondent guilder in gold or silver to be found in the treasure of the bank. However, recent research of old ledgers of the bank has revealed that, in fact, Adam Smith was wrong. As you can see in this graph from
who would have guessed it?
The Bank of Amsterdam did provide some credit to both the city of Amsterdam and the Dutch East India Company.
The Dutch East India Company. I wonder what they were up to.
So again, the bankers of Amsterdam were not entirely honest, even if you can see that the bank did.
Bankers? Not honest? Definitely never heard of that before. Bankers are by far the most honest people on the planet.
It basically started out as a full reserve bank, whose primary function was to provide deposit money to merchants, and again this type of deposit money was primarily used for large transactions. This was desperately needed and highly valued, as we can see from the fact that Bank of Amsterdam deposit money typically traded at a 5% premium over.
So this is again where the economic history stuff is supported, right? When I've done my own research at looking in this stuff, particularly with like the colonies, like in fact I can see the book right there, that talks about like there are lots of things like this, right? Like this here is the premium that people had to pay in order to deposit in the bank, right? And so here, I believe, is when you have the tulip collapse, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong, but if I remember correctly, it was around here. But no, actually, that might be too late. 1790 seems too late for that. Regardless, like the prime rates, tulips is in the yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I was like, I don't remember what happened in was that the South Sea bubble? Maybe, like this must have been their response to like the British to the English finance system, like having its moment.
Metallic currency, meaning that you had to offer more coins to the Bank of Amsterdam.
Thank you, powerful
than you
finger.
get back in deposit money. And in fact, you would be happy to do so popular was this deposit money. Of course, this led to more public city banks being founded in the Republic of the Netherlands. For example, the Bank of Middelburg was founded in 1616, the Bank of Delft in 1621, and the Bank of Rotterdam in 1635. And these all weren't full reserve banks, they provided credit. We know this because in 1672, when the French, English, and 2 German armies invaded the Dutch Republic.
Oh my gosh, like the history of the Netherlands is just like this. Like, you know, kind of like Poland. It's like Germany going this way, Russia going that way, Sweden, you know, it's just like...
Public, a bank run occurred and they couldn't repay all of their depositors. Meanwhile, the Bank of Amsterdam could. Apparently it had enough coins or could attract enough coins in time to make the payments. The economy of the Dutch Republic never fully recovered.
Do people remember that, like, during the, like, you know, when the pandemic was more like, you know, people were taking it more seriously, that they kept saying that there was like a coin shortage? Remember that? I remember that, like, right-wing, like, preppers were like, took that and just like ran with it
After the attack. But the Bank of Amsterdam, with its proven resilience, did not just survive, it became stronger than ever. In 1683, the bank had grown so strong that it basically created an early European fiat currency when it changed its policies such that not all...
to be fair, Poland was also a colonial country. Yes, that's true. That is absolutely true during the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, yes. So right here, recipes of quantity van der Amsterdamse Wisselbank. So let's see here. In Banco gebracht 1000 so at an eighth of a percent, blah blah blah. Nix expiratie van de fores. I don't know. I've heard conflicting things. Like, one of it was that, like, there was like an actual coin shortage, and that had to do with like the balance of payments, but I don't know. Like, I definitely didn't feel like it was like, as, sorry if it's not on the topic, but what do you recommend for starting study of economics? I'm reading Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, but I'm not struggling or anything, but I feel like I lack a basic economic understanding in order to apply it well to the current world and fully understand everything. Yeah, let me see if I have something that I can like see from here. Like, do you want something that is a bit more like, so do you want something that is more like economics, like as such, like to learn like the basics, the fundamentals of economics, or like economic history? Because you know that I don't want to give you the wrong answer. Someone you can issue more debt than coins. Yeah, someone can issue more debt than coins in circulation. That's true. Both if possible. Okay. So, is it here? Well, one of them would be oh, just give me one quick minute. I'll be right back. I also struggle to find resources on economics that are from a leftist perspective and are not framed as promoting capitalism. You can probably find some university curriculum and check which book they taught. Oh yeah, for sure. Well, one of them that's in Spanish, but whose work is also pretty good as well. Like, if you were to read his other stuff, would be let's see here. Let me switch over to chatting. Would be Fernand Braudel, La dinámica del capitalismo. He published another thing called in English it's called oh well, it doesn't have its English name, it just has it. But I mean, like, I do take my notes. Another one that I think is good is this one here, The Origin of Capitalism, by A Longer View by Ellen Meiksins Wood. Also very, very useful, because it does go into like agrarian capitalism, the origin of capitalist imperialism, capitalism and the nation state, the commercialization model. So like, it will give you a good basis in those. As for like economic principles, trying to think, because I do have some books, but I don't think they're here in this space right here. But those two for sure would be the ones I would recommend to read, because they are, one, because I don't want to as it were assign readings that are too long, but both of them deal with yeah, of course, I'll do it right now. And then the other one, if you just look up Braudel, oh yeah, Keynesian too, yeah, that would be good too, Keynes. Trying to remember what's his from the bourgeois, from the bourgeois point of view, yeah, for sure. But I mean, I do think people should read Keynes if you want to understand economic history, for sure. But Keynes, oh gosh, why can I not remember what his book is called? Like the one that's like his most cited book. Yes, if you do find it, you can put it, I think it's called Library there, in the Discord. Yeah, Ricardo. Yeah, I've read Ricardo and also Bastiat and all of the other like economists of the time, the people that kind of made economics a discipline of its own. But I guess I want to make sure that like if you want to learn like economics terms as well, I think I might be able to. Yeah, I need to think about that one because I don't have it in the room with me right now. Otherwise, I would tell you the title, but I don't remember the title right now. And also, you do not need to apologize. I am more than happy to discuss texts or anything that people want to discuss about, for sure.
Deposits would be redeemable for coins anymore. This meant that these non-redeemable deposits were fully based on the trust in the authority of the Bank of Amsterdam. That being said, this non-redeemable deposit money was still...
I still haven't read Das Kapital. It's too dry. I'll probably read. One thing I do like about the Mexican version of Capital, right? I mean, it's not just Mexican. It's from one of my favorite leftist publishing presses, but it's really hard for me to get their books in the United States because the United States is, is that they have Capital, but they have it in different, like, Part 1, Volume 1. Yeah, Siglo XXI. Yeah, you know them. Yeah, Siglo XXI. They have they have it in smaller parts. So far, I found a PDF of the original. Awesome. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Swampgoth. I appreciate that.
Implicitly tied to the value.
Yeah, I really like Siglo XXI. Like, I wish that I feel bad, like when I put stuff on Throne, because I don't want to be bothering people and stuff, and my research and stuff, but like sometimes there's like stuff on there that it's from Siglo XXI, and I'm like, it's so hard to come by those books in America, and having to go all the way to Mexico to find a bookstore to hopefully find Siglo XXI books can be a hassle.
Of precious metals, because the people that accepted them could still trade them for metal coins if need be. And that power came in handy when in the Panic of 1760.
Oh, I've known that one. I have some books from them for sure. Yeah. So I used to know someone that worked at one of their stores, but real. I mean, I bought one from a used store and I still haven't read it. Yeah, like I've used their texts quite a lot, actually, because they do have like a lot of like history, sociology, and also other people that are like me, right, that like are interdisciplinary, right? Like I do like analyze things from a sociological, historical, economical, right, multiple perspectives, and I really like that they have such a wonderful, like like if I, like that's why, like if I can find it on Amazon, what do you think I should read, the books you recommend before Capital? I would definitely read Braudel, because Braudel is a Marxist. He is a Marxist economic historian. And so like he wrote a multi-volume work, which I would it's like Capital. It's like but he does have one that's like Capitalism and Daily Life or something like that. 1400 to 1800. That one, like everything that, like, because he's from the Marxian school, the stuff that he writes in that book where he's talking about history, right? It's talking about like historical materialism, but it's also talking about it from a materialist perspective, right? Which I find very useful. So like Capitalism and Daily Life, 1400 to 1800 by Braudel, definitely would be a good thing to read prior to trying to read Capital. Also, don't feel like you need to like read Capital from cover to cover, right? Like right away. Like if it's something that you need to, like focus on one chapter and really try to understand it, that's what I usually recommend, because like, I use Marxist Capital in some of my research now. I always do stuff like that. But anyway, point being that, it's like it's like the depth, right, that you can get out of a book like Capital is what's very important, because he really lays out so many things that you don't want to get lost, right? And so that's why I always recommend, like, if people have questions or if people want to like discuss anything about it, then I'm more than happy to answer those questions, and to pull out my own copy, right? But I would say like the two Braudel books are really good. Again, like I could, yeah. But yeah, so that one, Capitalism and Daily Life, I want to say is what it's called, is a one volume, because he loves writing multi-volume books. Like if you're interested in like, because like the book that I have, like Jews in the Mediterranean, right, which is on my Throne, like one of the books that I would, by Braudel, that I would use in tandem with that Jewish book for my research, or that I plan to, right, at least prospectively, is to talk about. He has a multi-volume work that talks about, like history, like economic history, that does not center England, right? Because so much of economic history centers England, sometimes a little bit like the Netherlands, and then the United States, and that's it. He takes that and completely instead focuses on in the Mediterranean world, which is like amazing.
3. At the end of the 7 Years' War between France and England, the massively overstretched merchant banking house of the Gebroeders Neuville went bust, sending shockwaves throughout the financial centers of Europe. And while the crisis ravaged
the structures of everyday life. Yeah, civilization and capital. Yeah, that's the one. I knew it was like everyday life or something like that. Yeah. But there's one. There are copies that are just one volume because it's like two smaller books. But wait, is now I'm starting to let me make sure. I want to make sure I'm telling you the right one because that might be the multi-volume one. Yes, Civilization and Capitalism is his like magnum opus. That's like 3 volumes and they're huge. It would be like reading Capital, essentially, but from a economic historical perspective. I found the book. Well, not the book that's like an economics book for, but this one is let's see here, Fernand Braudel. I use his work quite a lot. It's this one. And that one is 1400 to 1800. So, like, that's where he goes over, like, even things like here, like on page 158 of my copy, it talks about like drink, stimulants, drugs, right? Like it does a sweeping thing of economic history, which is why I think it's very important to read. I think it's but even luxury food. But then like then there's like a part that's it goes into everything, and again, because it's looking at economics from, like, the first part of the book is called The Weight of Numbers, right? So it also it's also showing the perspective that capitalism. Yeah, of course, I would be more than happy to, Phoenix Dragon. Is like some things that changed, right? Like, ideologically, because of capitalism, was now the obsession or the interest, right, in knowing the world population, right? Another thing is the end of an old biological regime. So this is like when the medieval views of like medicine and biology, or what would become biology, right, begin to be phased out because capitalism kind of does not operate that way, right? And then he goes into what I find is the most interesting part for me, is when he goes into the part that's called Daily Bread, and that's where he literally goes into the three main grains of the world. I mean, as he puts them, which is corn, but he does not mean like corn as Americans mean it, because in German, Korn with the K means wheat. So corn, as in wheat, rice, and maize. And he does talk about the rest of the world as well. But like I said, it goes everything from like how people dress, what type of metal they use, and then his section on money. That one, that section is like my favorite part. Like, I mean, it's the part that I have like the little sticky note thing. But yeah, definitely I would recommend this before reading Capitalism and Material Life 1400 to 1800. It, like, this 100% will make reading Capital so much more easier for anybody, and also will let you, you know, understand a lot of the historical things, right? Like why Marxian historians tend to be interdisciplinary is because, like, we actually want to know about the people of the time, right? Not just like the great men, right? We're actually like, well, what did people eat, right? How did people get to work, right? You know, so yeah. Anyway, oops. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Swampgoth. I really appreciate that.
Banking houses of Hamburg and Venice, the crisis was contained in Amsterdam thanks to the bank stepping in as a lender of last resort, hence becoming the banker of the banking system as well as the city of Amsterdam. Furthermore,
See, like, this is why the people that say that... So, when you become a lender of last resort, right, as a bank, as a central bank, right, one of those things is that this is how you can avert crises, right? This is... Yes, of course. Oh, thank you so much for the hearts. Is that, again, you don't want, like, the people say end the Fed. That's just a dumb idea. Like, that's just... I mean, those are just, like, libertarians that literally are just, like, you know, shooting spitballs at the ceiling to see, you know, how many they can get to stick. Instead of actually doing something that's worthwhile, which is to say, like, make it be under public oversight would make more sense, right? But, like, being the lender of last resort means that, like, you, like, remember when the United States bailed out the banks? The banks. Right? But historically, this meant that, like, during World War One, and also World War Two as well, but during World War One, well, also during World War Two, Britain had a choice, right? It could either borrow money, right, at essentially either low interest or no interest. And it would be backed by, you know, the United States. Or the capitalists, right, the Wall Street financial houses, right, the banking houses, said they would give Britain a private loan. Think about that. Like, really think about the fact that once we get to world wars, we have just, you know, capitalists in the United States being able to offer loans on better conditions, right? To the point where Winston Churchill, I'm going to use the World War II example, actually was like, maybe we should take the private banking loan instead of the one from the United States. Like, really think about what that says about our world, right? Like, capitalists have outsized power well beyond anything they should ever have. But, like, that is one of the reasons why, like, HSBC, for example, is one of those, like, too big to fail, right? It's never going to go away, right? It's just, as long as capitalism exists, right?
Bank of Amsterdam started in...
Gotta go to bed. It's been a blast. Have a fun night. Good night. Buenas noches. Hoot night, Damal. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Increasing its credit services to the city of Amsterdam as well as the Dutch East India Company. This was fine at first, having almost no impact on this premium that bank deposit money traded at. However, trust in the Bank of Amsterdam was based on its supposedly large reserves of metallic currencies, because by now the bank had grown so large that even if the city of Amsterdam wanted to, it wouldn't be able to bail it out in a crisis. And that crisis came in the form of the Fourth Anglo-Dutch War, which broke out because the Dutch kept trading with the rebellious colony of the United States of America.
So again, like I hate when they're like, oh, the rebellious colony, because it makes it seem like America was like actually like cared about liberty and freedom and all of that stuff. Like it like the United States, what it just marks is a turning point where capitalists, right, get to decide, right, as opposed to aristocrats, right, who have the feudal ties in history, right, get to decide the America was separating itself to gain more power for itself. Yes, exactly. Right. But particularly for capitalists, right? For the bourgeoisie, the emerging bourgeoisie, right? It's like they are the ones that became the leaders and still are to this day, right? And so that is kind of like what that actually represents. It's not actually like this, oh, for freedom. It had nothing to do with that. It was with the freedom for capitalists to have even more power, even beyond, right, the remaining feudal restrictions that still existed in England at the time, right? Like that's really all it was against. Like, you're not letting us be enough, like you like. The problem with England in 1776 was that America was like, we truly are ANCAPs, right? And you're just like posers. You know what I mean? It was like that. It was.
And with the British attacking the Dutch East India Company, those loans soured, while the city of Amsterdam demanded more and more credit itself. So trust in the Bank of Amsterdam quickly turned sour. A bank run occurred, and while the Bank of Amsterdam did technically survive, it was never able to return to its former glory. And it was ultimately dissolved in 1819, having become obsolete thanks to the establishment of the Dutch Central Bank in 1814.
So again, like, this is why, like, when Americans, like, particularly, like, you know, white boys on the internet, they start getting all like, oh, it was great when like Adam Jackson, like, you know, whatever, against the bankers, blah blah blah, whatever. Like, the idea that the United States could be the imperialist hegemon it is without finance, without like the full mechanisms of capitalism is just you know, whether or not they had a national bank, right, is one thing, but the idea of like not having one is just, it's not going to happen. Like that is still a necessity for capitalism, right? Because it still needs lenders of last resort. It still needs the accounting services that they give, right? And moreover, right, like, yes, they might have closed, right, the banks under Jackson. However, it didn't mean that loans and stuff wasn't happening. It just meant that it was not able to be as centralized as it could have been far earlier.
Bank of Amsterdam the first central bank? No. It was definitely the next step in the evolution towards central banking, thanks to it providing credit somewhat more openly, acting as a lender of last resort to the banking system, and introducing non-convertible deposit money. However, what is keeping it back is that it was not a national bank, but rather a city bank. Sure, you could argue that this is a tiny detail because the Dutch Republic...
Oh, thank you so much, Swamkov.
was just more decentralized than it is today. But it turned out to be a detail of mass...
Like, see, like, crypto bros love using this phrase, right? Decentralization. But what does that mean? Do we really want to go to a place where, one, you know, people who we don't know, right, get to control the, it's not money, but, you know, the assets, right, that can go up and down in value, right? Because, like, this is something even Yuri said, right? Coins and bills don't give off interest, right? That is what money does. Like, as currency, as an actual currency, they don't build up interest. Like, money doesn't start to just appear by you having a dollar bill. But because with crypto, because you have to put it in an exchange, and you have to, right? It's like, that's all it ever does, is go up and down in value. Therefore, it's not a currency, right? Like, and it's not that currencies don't go up and down in their value, but their valorization is based on a different principle than a speculative asset like crypto. But decentralization, like every time people like say it, they almost, it's like some people even try to like appeal to like leftists being like, don't you want there to be like a decentralized banking thing? It's like, we don't want capitalism in the first place. Like centralized, decentralized, it doesn't matter. We don't want any of capitalism, right? But it's just another way to like have corporate control of, I mean, it's literally going back to like this, right? But just in a, this is why I disagree with Yanis Varoufakis when he says that, you know, we're now in techno-feudalism. Like, we're still in capitalism. Their idea of centralization is nothing close to the leftist idea of exactly. Yeah, like to them, just having a lot of just having a lot of different cryptocurrencies doesn't make crypto more stable, right? It's still unstable regardless, even when there was only one, because it's not a currency, right? But you know, yeah.
Massive importance because
You
the
get
Dutch
it.
Republic might have been able to bail it out, where the city of Amsterdam was just not able to. But even though it was not the first central bank, it did inspire a Latvian-born citizen of Amsterdam, Johan Palmstroeg, to create the first central bank. Now, Johan was a special type of entrepreneur. You know, the kind that found himself imprisoned in Amsterdam for unknown reasons. And the kind that...
I wonder if you know, a South African immigrant to America entrepreneur could, you know.
that moved abroad to Sweden immediately when he was released in 1646. And with him he brought a suspicious wealth of knowledge about economics, finance, and specifically the workings of the Bank of Amsterdam. The Swedes promptly appointed him head of the Chamber of Commerce, from where he was in the position to propose to King Carl Gustaf to establish a bank for Sweden that would provide both deposit and credit services for the Swedish state. Noticeably, this bank, named Stockholm's Banco, was established in 1656 as
Stockholm's Banco. I like that. Like, can we just start calling everything like banks bancos?
a privately owned bank with shareholders including the King, the City of Stockholm, and of course...
Oh my gosh. Ah, yes, the stockholders, including the King of, you know...
none other than Johan Palmstroeg himself. Now, at the time in Sweden, a deposit bank was sorely needed, since the Swedes mainly used copper coins for trade, which are much heavier than gold and silver coins. And so it's perhaps not surprising that here in Sweden in 1661, Bank of Stockholm premiered the use of a spectacularly innovative slip of paper that allowed people to pay with deposit money without going to the bank in person, and with a notary being present there to verify the transaction. Exactly, Palmstroeg's Banco Stockholm issued the first recorded banknotes. However, that is where his triumphant story ends. Johan was a rookie central banker after all, and after having lent too much too quickly and while trying to pay below market rates on deposits, Johan...
So, right now what he said about trying to lend too much too quickly, that's literally what, for example, what happened in the Southeast Asian, but also like Japanese financial crisis of the 90s, right? And everything, and also 2008, right? Like, commercial banks were told to lend out as much money as possible to anybody, right? To try to, instead of people having savings and all of this stuff, instead for the money to be created by way of as many loans as possible. Then everything collapsed because, of course, the financial markets were then, putting together different bundles of risk and selling them around. But it's like, this is a common thing, like wanting to loan out money just for the sake of loaning out money to try to whatever, because it can make, if everybody can pay back the money, it can make you profit, is not a good strategy. But we're still doing it again. Right, the United States and the rest of the world, the rest of the world, in particular the global South, right, is having what is some people have called the everything crisis, right? The prices of everything are swelling, but things like home values are just, I mean, LA is expensive, right? But a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom selling for $1.9 million. I mean, that's a lot of money for a house. But that's LA, right? But again, that's because housing is a commodity, which it should not be. Yeah, it's something like that. It's like 1.9 million for and it's not even big, and it's not big, it's not palatial, it's like a regular house. Excuse me. Yeah, 1 bathroom too. Like, imagine paying like almost $2 million for 1 bathroom. Like, like, I don't know. But again, California is really expensive, right? It just is. But like, what allowed for the prices in California to go up so much, so many times, is one, the monetary policy of the United States, including something, right? Because this is a neoliberal policy, right? To get commercial banks to lend as much as they can to consumer, right? Because consumer credit, consumer debt is different, right? Because the risk of it and other things, right? You can have it be placed into essentially, well, like what ended up happening with like the subprime mortgage stuff, right? Is that they were bundling together the risk of these different mortgages, right? And then going to Moody's, right? And because they were like JP Morgan or whatever, they could get a AAA rating, which is the highest rating you can get. So then they could sell that security. And not only that, but for a long time, because the credit that they were wheeling and dealing with, right, was done in-house. I'm not even joking. Because it was done by the bank, for the bank, within the bank, right? They didn't even have to report it to the government. They did it because they're like, oh, well, it's something we're doing, right? It's for our bank only, right? And that is why so much just like never got reported. Like, there were so many warning signs early on. And a lot of Marxian economists actually were proved correctly, but you never hear them. Instead, they show that guy that makes up conspiracy theories still, the one from The Big Short, Barry, whatever his name is, Mike Barry or whatever. But yes, like, because they did everything internally, right? That is to say, like, JP Morgan, I'm just going to use that as an example, would do the mortgage, right? Then when they were trading the risk around, right, and letting people invest into it, they didn't have to report that to the government because that was an internal thing that they had created with something that they had lent out, right, based off the risk of the money that they had lent out. So, like, this is why, like, every time people say, oh, you know, everything's better when it's private, or, oh, it's better if we were to blah, blah, blah. We're literally doing the same thing all over again, right? The only thing is that now we're like running multiple, you know, experiments of bad things that have happened in capitalism's history, like with like the tulips and all of this other stuff. But we're doing it with, you know, the commodification of housing and with, you know, invisible, you know, imaginary, you know, money.
One found out the hard way the meaning of a bank run, and Sweden experienced its first banking crisis. Banco Stockholm promptly collapsed, and poor Johan again found himself charged for financial crimes by the Swedish state. However,
who would have guessed?
The benefits of easy deposit money and not having to borrow from wealthy individuals, the Swedish state took over Banco Stockholm in 1668 and rebranded it the Sveriges.
Also, is it me, but like, isn't the like his mustache hair that's like right here, isn't it like really weirdly dark? Or is it just me? Like every time I'm like looking at him, like the attention comes to like the fact that like right here, it's like really dark, just there. It's kind of I don't know, disconcerting.
Riksbank, which literally translates easy deposit money and
See,
not
like
having
right
to
in the
borrow
middle?
from wealthy individuals. The Swedish state took over Bank of Stockholm in 1668 and rebranded it the Sveriges Riksbank, which literally translates to Swedish State Bank, a bank that provided banking and financial services to the Swedish nation, and that last part is technically why the Swedish and not the Dutch invented central banking. But did having a central bank bring price and financial stability to Sweden? Well, that's not immediately clear. If we look at a historical time series of inflation in Sweden, we don't see a clear...
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that like, oh, he does it. I get it's a shadow, but it is kind of like a, like, every time I look, I'm just like, like, why is he, it's just one of those things, you know? Those, like... But like, see, look, like this is why, like, when people talk about like inflation, right? And they want to act like, oh, you know, it's one, they always want to blame the people, right? Like with the inflation that happened because of after what happened with COVID, right? Immediately they're like, oh, you know why? It's because they gave out those stimmy checks. Bruh, this was still going on regardless. Like, in fact, I'm not even joking. Prior to the pandemic, the United States, as well as other, you know, global north countries, were having a problem because they couldn't get enough inflation. They couldn't meet their inflation goals because they have to meet a 2 to 3% yearly inflation rate. That's literally what they were complaining, like in 2019, like in the lead up to everything that happened. Oh, we actually don't have enough inflation. That's a problem. And they and of course they still blamed it on the people. Like, oh, it's because they're not spending enough or whatever. It's like, oh, they spend too much, they spend too little, and oh, they work too little. Actually, now they work too much. Oh, there are all these job openings. Actually, all those job openings were fake anyway. Like,
clear fact. You could even argue that prices became less stable in spite of price stability being at the center of the Riksbank, designed right from the start with its stated mission to maintain the domestic coinage at its right and fair value. One reason...
See, like, at its right and fair value, what is right and fair to capitalists is very different for what is right and fair to the working classes. I'm just gonna put that out there. Maybe people disagree with me. And I am more than fine with people disagreeing with that. But I gotta say, it sure seems like it.
The reason for this might have been that the central bank was able to provide much cheaper credit to the state, mainly used to finance some of Sweden's 17th century wars. And while you could argue that this extended the lifespan of the Swedish Empire, which had already peaked before the establishment of the Riksbank, the bank was never able to rival the power of the Bank of Amsterdam. And at the end of the 17th century, Swedish bills of exchange were mainly cleared in Amsterdam, even though the bulk of Swedish exports went to England. So while the Sveriges Riksbank is technically the first central bank, we need to head to 17th century England for the next evolution in central banking.
Oh gosh.
The year is 1688 and England has just been invaded by the Dutch. That's right, the last...
If only, like, Napoleon, Spanish Armada, all of that, just, no. Don't need it, don't need England, just no.
Successful invasion.
Parking lot. Car wash parking lot.
England was by a Dutch army, led by its ruler William of Orange III. But while it pains this Dutch economist to admit it, this was as much of a coup as it was an invasion. Since the Royal British Army actually helped the Dutch...
Wait, what did he just say?
England was by a Dutch army, led by its ruler William of Orange III. But while it pains this Dutch economist to admit it...
It pains you as a Dutch economist, the fact that the Netherlands, one of the most, you know, like, predatory capitalist nations of all of history, attacked another predatory nation of, like, probably by far the you know, the one that has done it the most and the longest at such a height for so hundreds of years.
This was as much of a coup as it was an invasion, since the Royal British Army actually helped the Dutch invaders to overthrow the British monarchy and install William of Orange to become King William of Orange III. What's more interesting for our financial story,
King William of Orange III. So he's King William of Orange and England III.
though, is that in an ironic twist, economic historians believe that this invasion ultimately created the central bank that would overtake the Bank of Amsterdam.
Indeed.
You see, one of the first things that the Dutch King William did was granting the Bank of England its charter in 1694. Notably though, much like the Rijksbank, it had two departments right from the start, one for lending and one for deposit taking.
Oh, is Orange a place? Yeah. It's a duchy within the Netherlands, if I remember correctly. I can find a picture of like what it comprises. Or County of Orange, I think is what it's called. Oh, no, not Orange County, California. My goodness gracious. I know that like they know what I'm. I literally look it up and it's like, oh, did you mean, like, no, I am not looking for freaking Orange County. I already know what's there. It's nothing good. Literally just like, I don't know. Can we just like, okay. Oh my gosh. It's literally called an edge city. Oh my gosh. Imagine your town being called an edge city. It's an edge city. Where do you live? I live in one of the edge cities. Oh my gosh. The royal houses of the, oh yeah, the Principality of Orange. There we go. Okay. The Netherlands has never had colonial ambitions. Well, maybe in Indonesia and Brazil and Ceylon. Well, almost. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so here it is. I'm curious if it was called that before the color and fruit became an English word. Well, the fruit wasn't called that until after, or rather the color name came after the name of the fruit, right? Because it entered Spain as naranja, right? From Arabic, right? I grew up in Anaheim, Sag, but I mean that's fine. But I'm just like, you know. But let's see here. So from 1163 to 1713, it's a feudal state in Provence, on the east bank of the Rhône, north of the city of Avignon, constituted in 1163. Well, here it says, oh yeah, Principality of Orange. I wish it kind of went into why they called it Orange. Like, let's try to see if we can find. Oh, Boucher, Jonquière, Montréal-les-Sources, Cité des Princes. I'm still trying to find like why is it called Orange, but it's not giving me a good answer. This is why I don't like Wikipedia, but you know. The title referred to Orange. So there's a town. Okay. It says here, and I can just, I cannot completely say that, you know, but it comes from the Provençal Aurenja, or Orenjo, right? The settlement is attested as Auracio and Oración, Civitas Aurasione, Aurengia. Okay, so in 1136, when it became that, because of the Germanized form Aurasinga, it becomes Aurengia, and then Orenja or Orenga. Oracio is from the Gaulish Auracio Temple cheek. Okay. from the Proto-Celtic far ausio, meaning in front of the ear. Ara, I guess. Pareiai, pareuai, cognate, blah, blah, blah. So it looks like it was just, it was called that because with the Germanized form, it became Arausinga and then Aurengia later on, and then Orenga. So, yeah. And then now in Provençal, it's Orenja. So, but then, you know, of course, we have Orange County, which is, you know, its own section of hell on earth. No, I'm just... I grew up in Anaheim. I mean, like I said, like Anaheim's totally cool. Like, in fact, well, anyway, yes, I came from the store live. Hello, that's awesome. How is everyone? Oh, we're doing good. We're talking about the history of central banks. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I wish I could give you like a more, you know, better answer than just like Wikipedia, but like, you know, off the top of my head. But I'm not surprised that it comes from something prior. Right, because that is interesting, though, that, like, it is called orange, and the color is the color orange. And the thing on, like, their coat of arms has, like, what I think looks like citrus fruit, but it has to deal with, like, the ancient, like, or, you know, like, Germanic pronunciation of change of something.
Another similarity was that it started as a for-profit enterprise owned by the crown and wealthy merchants, many of whom happened to be Dutch. Yeah, there was a lot of corruption in Europe back then. That being said, economists...
Back then. Bruh, do you even, like... See, it's stuff like this. Right? Like, oh, back then Europe was very corrupt. Now, only places that are not Europe are corrupt, right? Bruh, the corruption is literally the grease for the cogs of capitalism. Like, it is nothing but corruption. This is why, like, economists that are like, what is the correct term, right? Like, orthodox economists, he's so hungry for the revisionism. Oh, I know. I mean, like, I don't even know what this thing is here, but it looks sus. At least you have the humility to not just make something up off the top of your head. I mean, I would prefer to, you know, research and try to, you know, figure out something, right? Like, I don't know. I feel that that's better to do. And plus, also, it's what I use, you know,
widely agree that the primary reason for its establishment was to help fund England in its 9-year war against France. One way it did this was by transmitting funds to the troops on the continent via Amsterdam, but more importantly, it funded the war through the issuance of new banknotes, and because war is expensive, this quickly turned into the excessive issuance of new notes, causing inflation. So again,
under the 19th century definition of what inflation is. Because back then, the notes were exchangeable directly with an amount in gold or some other, because like America's been on a gold standard, technically sort of gold standard, and also on a silver standard. Like, countries go on many, right? Like, it's not like everybody was on a gold standard until like 2 weeks ago. The United States famously, like, every time it's like during the World Wars, during the Great Depression, what does it do? It takes itself off of the gold standard because, you know, gold is something that rises up and down in value because it's a commodity, not a currency. And so then, you know, in times of crisis, it's not a good thing to have backing the currency, especially if, you know,
the bank increased price stability. Well, it seems that the opposite happened first. Although if we consider longer-term inflation, this was lower in the century after the establishment of the Bank of England than in the one before. But this might have had little to do with the central bank and more with the massive inflow of silver from the American continent.
Someone mentioned that earlier about about the inflow of silver from the Americas. Yeah, and then it led to hyperinflation because of funny enough things that these types of economists say economies should do, which I don't know.
Spiky population driving up agricultural prices in the 16th century.
Yeah, in the 16th century, 17th century, there was something called the Great Inflation, right? Which is that the general price of everything, right, went up immensely. And it actually, and again, there was even less protection, right, against this for, you know, people that had just been, that were being or had just been kicked off of the land they held in common in England, for example, right? That's why there's just so much disease, death, you know, people being put in the poorhouse, people ending up in prison, people becoming, you know, indentured servants, et cetera, right? Many, many, many different things. But at the end of it all, right, it's like, it would be remiss to not mention the fact that this also, like, this inflationary period is essentially what brought in modern capitalism as we know it, right? Like, this general rise in prices, right, that happened across all of Europe, etc., right, was a kind of part of what eventually led to, right, like the construction of like national banks, but also of certain trading things, of certain, you know, all of these different mechanisms of capitalism, right, that didn't exist prior, right? This is why also too, like, if you read books that are older, you know, like hundreds of years ago, right, like a lot of times you'll notice that like people eat out all the time, right? Like, oh, you know, like, you know, me and the wife and the kids and I, we all went to go eat, you know, dinner at, Lord Sheldon or whatever his house. Well, not his house, but, you know, his restaurant, his nice little bistro on the high street. And that was because the price of food was so inexpensive. But with this general rise in prices, it became more difficult to do that, right? Like this is when you start to like this is, I almost wish that there was a book about this, because, or like an article that really went into this. I haven't found one yet. Maybe there is, maybe there are hundreds, who knows, that talk about how like this, the Great Inflation, as it was called, right, kind of actually gave us a interesting capitalist like cultural thing, which is bar food, right? Because it's cheap to make, right, etc., right? And like a lot of that had to deal with the fact that everything went up in price. So like in order to, and it never changed. No, it did change in the sense that like once prices went up to a certain amount, because it was so great, right? After that, it never went back to like the medieval prices, right? Because now we were dealing with like international trade and with all of these other things and with competing capitalist countries, right? And so that meant that the overall great inflation never stopped. Like, it doesn't mean, however, that like it's like it's kind of like how like inflation has never stopped since the starting of the US dollar. So that's why like when people say like, oh, like the US dollar is losing its value, well, technically it's been losing its value, quote unquote, since it first came into existence because of inflation, like, you know, over time. It's just sometimes it's faster than others, but this period in time was one where it was very general across Europe and other places as well, but it definitely affected like the urban poor, right? So
Okay, so what about financial stability? Well, not long after the inception of the Bank of England, the UK experienced its first massive asset price bubble in the form of the South
Sea bubble.
However,
Yeah.
this was not directly the fault of the Bank of England. In fact, the British South Sea Company could be seen as a competitor for the Bank of England because it was primarily used as a vehicle to finance the British state. And very
Again, this is what happens. Like, okay. This is what happens, right? When you literally let like a capitalist institution, right? Tell people, like, have people invest in us, right? And we will then use those deposits to finance the state, right? One that doesn't, like, that can't really happen anymore because now governments spend and then, you know, tax afterwards. But like, this was a way to like a beyond tax, right? You could also invest in this, right? There was the hope of a return, but what it actually did was made people lose a lot of their money because they went, you know, the bubble burst. But also, it also meant that the principal funding vehicles of the state, right, also meant that having a centralized national bank became far more important for financial stability.
various agents of the state therefore had a direct interest in the forming of this bubble. However, it should be noted that when
That is still the case, right? Where they want like the housing bubble, right? Like, or the everything bubble we live right now. It's in capitalists' best interest, right? Like this is when this is why they love talking about the free market when things are just on, like, are getting worse and worse and worse and worse. Why? Because for capitalists, they view it as an opportunity, right, to consolidate, right, into fewer and fewer hands, right, the capital that is available in any country, right, like in the United States. Like, when all of these businesses fail, right, or are on the verge of failing, and now can be bought at, you know, thrift store prices, right, large corporations buy them up. And that, again, consolidates capital into fewer and fewer hands. Like, they're literally doing what Marx said they would do, right? Like, they do it, and they do it proudly, right? And so it's in capitalists' interest to cause these bubbles and for them to burst, because then that's when the competition, right, quote unquote, right, which is where the large corporations or the monopolies or the, you know, government chartered companies can then essentially do kind of like what I mentioned about earlier, about where the people would steal people's assets, right? That allows them to do it in a legal way, right? Because it's financial, right? So it's like, oh, you know, this person owned this house. Well, now I'm going to repossess this house because they lost all of their money, right? Or it can be on a grander scale, right? Like, oh, all of this land, right, that belonged to this family, that they farmed it, now we can absorb it, put it onto our balance sheet, right, and now sell it off to build, you know, whatever, right? Like, that is what, like the 2008 bubble, for example, all it did was, one, create a new type of, like, vulture capitalists, right? The, like, house flippers, right? But it also created an environment where, like, it, and I hope it's clear, right, that, like, that's not going to be the last bubble, right? Because think of who actually suffers from all of the changes that have been done to housing lending. It's the people that need housing, right? Like, now, like, there is, and this is actually true. There is on the stock market, the New York Stock Exchange, there is, I kid you not, like, to me, this just like, there is an ETF, right, an exchange traded fund, that I, like, even bringing it up just makes me so upset. but it's for institutional, in this case, like multiple corporations, right? Ownership of rental properties, right? And you can invest in that, right? So so all the people that lost their homes and that are going to lose their homes, and now, like during COVID when they were all bought up by all these corporations and then turned into rental properties, people invest in that. People invest in the fact that people lost their homes and that they are now rental properties. I'm not going to say which one it is. I don't think anybody here is like a day trader or anything. But like, that's how bad it is, right? Like, even when the bubble bursts, right? There are still ways for capitalists to reap benefit from people's misery, right? In the same way when it comes to big pharma, in the same way when it comes to everything. But the issue that like a lot of the right-wing people that like cosplay as leftists is that they want to only focus on individuals or on specific, very small groups of people, when just all of capitalism is just always trying to commit violence against the working classes, right? Like, imagine people who are salivating at the thought of people who are going to lose their homes because of this current housing bubble, this current everything bubble, because now their investments in rental properties, they're going to make money off of that. They're going to get dividends off of that. That's how they make their money. So like, that's why like a lot of this here that he's trying to like explain, it's like, yeah, of course it's in their interest to cause bubbles, because then it allows consolidation of capital, which is what it does, right? And especially in the age of imperialism, right? Like, that is why countries that are volatile, right, or are made volatile by the United States and NATO intervention, right, allow for U.S. corporations, right, to then imperialize the country more heavily than prior to the intervention, right? It's the same thing.
When this bubble popped, the impact on the economy was only limited, possibly thanks to the emergency lending of the Bank of England. And as London's financial might grew, so did the frequency of its financial crisis.
See, when he says it was limited, this is what I dislike. It's talking about, the wealthy investors, right? Like the institutional investors and all of that stuff, they were not harmed by this. All of the people that had to do all of these, all of the workers, they did suffer from this. Because now, right, like accountancy houses, all these other things, whatever they might be, closed, right? But it wasn't to the detriment of the capitalists, right? It's like, that's the problem when people focus on GDP per capita or whatever, blah blah blah, or they talk about risk vis-a-vis investors and the capitalists. Like, that's not who we should be even thinking about in any of these things. Like, the investors, I couldn't care less about them.
For example, in the crisis of 1793, West India merchants got into trouble due to war with France again and went to the Bank of England for support, which they got. But supporting the economy and the government while tied to gold is tricky. So not surprisingly, when gold supplies...
But yet, if you tell this to one of those like preppers, they like cannot comprehend the idea that like gold is not like magic, right? Like, I swear, like, it's just... it's honestly frustrating. Like, it's one of those things where I'm just like, I don't know.
got low compared to the number of notes issued. The Bank of England had to suspend convertibility to gold in 1779. The suspension lasted almost 25 years, so in practice the Bank of England, like the Bank of Amsterdam before it, now issued fiat currency. This allowed it to further support first its slave trading merchants in 1799.
Oh, would you look at that? Oh, wow, I'm so glad. How can people... Yuri... Oh, but luckily, like, you know, they were able to help the market and make sure that they could do the slave trade. Like, My God.
while slowly moving to a lender of last resort functions for the banks in the early 19th century. Here it should be noted that not all banks were to be saved whatever the cost, since for the longest time the Bank of England followed the rule formulated by Bagehot. Central banks should lend early and without limit to solvent banks that are able to post good collateral and at high.
This thing here, right? Central banks should lend early without limit to solvent banks. The issue with this is that banks are not like permanently solvent, right? But it's the same thing with, like this is why like now, this is why, for example, when they were doing the, gosh, why am I forgetting their names now? But the bundles, right, of the different risks of the mortgage, right? That's why they went to Moody's to get a AAA rating, right, on those securities, right? Because then it makes it seem solvent, right? And because they're large banks, they presumably have good collateral, but it's at high rates, which is why when it did collapse,
interest rates. And with that rule in place, it does appear that financial crisis became a thing of the past under the Bank of England. And actually, right up to the Second World War in the 20th century, British prices remained more stable than in the era before the Bank of England. So while the history of central banking is one steeped in lies, crises, profiteering, corrupt politicians, and even the support of slave trading, it did seem to stabilize prices and finance.
Oh, well. It's funny that he had to bring, he had to say, and even this, but at least the economy was stable. At least line went up, right? It didn't need to do that, it's like, I hate this idea that it's like, oh, there was this quote unquote necessary evil of that. No.
It's not surprising that central banking took continental Europe by storm, and even in the USA, which had stumbled from one banking crisis to another in the era of free banking, came up with it.
What's funny is this, that phrase free banking is I don't know about people that don't live in California, but they love using that term. Oh, free banking. It's a little, I don't know.
Its own. And so all seemed to be well in central banking land up to the 1950s, when central banks were still there, but high economic growth, along with high inflation, became the new norm. And then it got even worse in the 90s and 2000s, when financial instability seemed to make a comeback. So what happened there? To find out, consider subscribing to the channel, or even better.
Okay, well, we learned quite a lot, I would say. There's just some aspects of what Yuri is going into that just, I don't know, it's just a little bit too much. Okay, everyone, I have to get going for the night, so we are going to raid the 27 Club. Please do make sure to tell him hello and that I will be there very soon. I have to go feed my puppies as well. And yeah, thank you so much for joining me for this stream. I appreciate each and every one of you, and I will see all of you very soon. Bye.